ってくれなかったの？
誘ったよ。でもロボ2号機のパーツ作りで忙しいからって断ったじゃん。
そうだっけ。これもきっと太陽嵐のせいだな。ねえ、それより会見始まっちゃう。カイのポケコンで見せてよ。
ミサ姉が出るって何の会見？
夏ぐらいに少し話題になってたでしょ、ハグの暴走事故。
I do remember that. I recall Misani surrounded by reporters and getting pummeled with hard questions.
それの裁判が今日からなんだって。
Gotcha. This might be worth checking out. I open up the Nico Nico livestream page just as Akiho instructed.
それとは全く無関係です。関連付けで話すことは大きな誤解を生じるのでやめていただきたい。弊社のハグはラボラトリーインダストリとは異なり、クラウド OS は使用していません。また、いわゆる15年クラッシュの教訓を踏まえ、太陽嵐による電磁波対策は万全です。事実、先月の太陽嵐到達においては、弊社のハグは一台たりとも不具合を起こしていません。そもそもクラウド OS についてはセキュリティの脆弱性をクリアできない限り導入しないというのが弊社の方針です。
では夏に発生したハグの暴走事故は何が原因だとお考えですか？
それについては裁判中ですのでコメントは差し控えさせていただく。
なんだ、姉ちゃん出てないね。
And just like that, Akiho's lost all interest. I guess our president doesn't much care about where her sister works, or that this high-profile case might have long-lasting implications on society. But then again, I understand why her head is filled with Misani. Last month's disturbance hit Kanto hard. Its infrastructure hasn't fully recovered, and there were fatalities. Amidst all that, Akiho still hasn't been able to get in touch with Misani. She's been endlessly worried this whole time. Couldn't she at least call us to let us know she's okay during emergencies like this? She barely appears on TV anymore. I've been passing the baton off to Akiho, but maybe I should try getting in touch with her too. But will she ever pick up? Out comes Kobayashi, our homeroom teacher. She calls for Akiho and I. She also doesn't sound particularly pleased.
あなたたち、今日は放課後残りなさい。進路指導するから。
でも部活が。
部活がじゃありません。あなたたち、自分の置かれた状況が分かってるの？未だに進路決まってないの。あなたたち2人だけなのよ。とにかく今日は残ること。いいわね。
And just like that, she's gone. Did she really have to yell across the classroom? That felt a whole lot like a public execution. And of course, the students who've already decided on their career paths are looking over at us and grinning.
今日の小バセン、いつもの倍切れてたね。
Koba-sen is our homeroom teacher's nickname, short for Kobayashi-sensei. Akiho's got a head for conspiracy theories like I do, albeit at a much smaller scale.
っていうか二人がまだ進路決めてない方がびっくりしちゃった。
俺もアキちゃんもそれくらいどうしようもないダメ人間ってことさ。
でも負けるもんか。疾風怒涛の元気一発頑張れるジャキーン。
ゼノミア、うるせえぞ。
勉強の邪魔。ごめん。
Akiho gets all mopey after being chewed out by her classmates. There's no point in freaking out now. We just gotta accept things as they come. Though I'm sure some people would refer to that as escaping from reality. So, what am I doing instead of prepping for exams or job hunting? I wish I could tell you that I'm gaming non-stop, but that's not the case. My body is currently being tossed around the freezing ocean. I'm in a wetsuit, but for a weak person like me, the winter ocean is so cold that it's like torture. No, really, it's cold as balls. I desperately struggle my way to the surface of the water. I thought I had drifted far offshore, but the water is still shallow enough for me to stand up in. What in the world am I doing? There's a surfboard floating near me. Mizuka-san calls my name from the shore. I see her waving me over, so I walk toward her, all the while getting tossed around by the waves. After exiting the water, my entire body is overcome by the intense cold, leaving me shivering. I would rather stay in the water. Mizuka-san is waiting for me with a complicated look on her face. Meanwhile, I look like a shaking newborn deer.
どうだった？俺乗れてた。
どうだったどうだったって言ったかい。答えを聞かせてほしいなら教えてやるよ。話にならないだ。まさかカイがここまでひどい運動音痴だったとはな。平均以下どころか最底辺レベルだよ。
最初からそう言ってたでしょ。
それにしたって3日もやればボードの上に立つぐらいできそうなもんなのにさ。
Because of my attacks, I typically sat out of PE through most of my school life. Because of that, the boys from my class would tease me. But come on, what do you expect from me, given my condition? As for what I'm doing in this winter wonderland, I'm surfing, that's what. Not because I suddenly decided to become a pro surfer. I couldn't care less about the sport. But one of the unlocked triggers for Kimijima Report number 6 is as follows. Ride away for 3 or more seconds on a geotag surfboard. Sure would have been nice to have had this trigger during the summer. I honestly figured 3 seconds would be no big deal when I stormed into the surfing club. But they didn't take me seriously because I'm in the robot club. So I had no choice but to ask Mizuka-san, a first-generation surfing club member. Mizuka-san was reluctant at first, but I managed to drag her out here in exchange for buying 10 passion fruit buns. She even agreed to coach me through the process. Talk about a lifesaver. Or not. I'm on day 3, but Mizuka-san has been a demon since the very start. She even made me want to legit run away multiple times. She's been trash-talking me for over an hour today. Winter days are short. That's why once school ends I come here to the beach, change into my wetsuit, warm up, and jump into the ocean. Then, like a beat-up old rag, I get thrown around by the waves, swallow a bunch of seawater, and writhe in pain. If I get tired and head back to shore, Mizuka-san is there waiting for me. After a tiny 2-minute break, she sends me back into the ocean. Get back to practice, she says. I mean, yes, I'm the one who asked her to coach me. I didn't have to pay her or anything. I only promised to buy 10 passion fruit buns from her. In other words, Mizuka-san is coaching me out of the kindness of her heart, so I can't complain. But even then, I have some questions about the way she treats non-athletes. Specifically, me.
そもそもカイは波を全く見てないんだよ。あれじゃ乗れなくて当然だね。波待ちのポジション取りが最悪だ。ブレイクする波に自分から突っ込んでってどうすんのさ。
Break, surfer lingo, when a wave that is coming toward the shore has crested after rising up.
Datte, どこがブレイクするかなんてパッと見ただけじゃわからないでしょ。パドリング中は素早く移動なんてできないし。
だからこそ波を見ろって言ってんだよ、このスカタン。最初に教えたろ。
そう簡単に教えられた通りできたりもうしないって。
How can she expect me to pull off something so technical after just 3 days?
まあ、そもそも場所も悪いっちゃ悪いんだけどさ。サーフィン部が集まってる浜なら流れも読みやすいし、悪くない波が来るし。
だったらそこに案内してくれた。
いや、やめといた方がいい。サーフィン部の邪魔になって品種買うのは貝だからね。ましてや、ルールもよく分かってない人間が一人紛れ込んだんじゃ怪我人が出るかもしれないし。
There are apparently rules for surfing. Mizuka-san gave me a basic rundown, but I've forgotten most of them. That's how many there are. The most important of them being that only one person can ride a wave at a time, and that you can't get in the way of someone's path while they are surfing. Needless to say, I'm entirely incapable of following through on either of those.
だからいい波が来るポイントからは少しずらしたここを選んだのさ。
お気遣いをど
このままだといつまで経っても波に乗れそうにないね。ちょっと教え方を考えないと。ま、少し休んでな。
Says Mizuka-san as she hands me a towel and walks toward where her car is parked. I wrap it over my shoulders and sit in the sand, holding my knees together while I tremble. I just want to play KB. I would much rather be doing that than surfing. Or hell, taking a nap at the hangar. Sure, it's still in the morning, but whatever. I'm really starting to hate the Sadistico Kimijima guy. Screw him and his dumb triggers. I hope he's having fun abusing me. On a whim, I whip out my phone droid from my school bag. I boot up IRUO. Irie squatted down, seemingly drawing something in the sand. In reality, there's no picture. Irie can't interact with the real world or even images on IRUO because she's an AR with no physical body. Even so, she continues to move her fragile, pearl white hand.
Airi-chanさ、何してんの？
For the past 2 days, Irie's been pacing around the beach, talking to herself like this while I surfed.
でもそもそも今のところ愛梨が出ていけるポイントはですね、種子島にしかないんです。どうしてかっていうと、なんとそれは君島レポートが愛梨にとってのドアだからです。
Irie completely ignores my question.
愛梨ちゃん、ちゃんと俺がサーフィンでフラグ回収条件を達成してるかどうか見ててくれないと困るよ。
Irie finally lifts her face. She gives me a puzzled look and tilts her head. Then she flashes me a bright smile.
でも君島レポートは種子島にしかないんですよ。ということは愛梨は種子島にしか行けないんです。
やっぱり虫か。
愛梨にとってのドアからしか出ていけないので、種子島もあちこち行ってるわけじゃなくてですね、ドアを中心にした半径 109.3 メートルの場所しか好きに移動できません。それにドアの詳しい場所もわかりません。
I recently noticed that Irie's been acting kind of strange as of late. We used to be able to converse just fine, but she talks to herself a lot these days.
ドアというのはつまり君島レポートと呼ばれるマスターが残した AR アノテーションです。君島レポートは今のところ7つあって、それは全部種子島に配置されているんですよ。マスターは愛梨に少しでもたくさんの世界を見ておいでって言ってくれました。本日未明から明日12月13日にかけての鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方のお天気は晴れでしょう。最高気温は14度、最低気温は8度です。
And just like that, her usual weather antics start up out of nowhere.
降水確率は 0% です。西向きの風がちょっぴり吹くでしょう。波の高さはゲジネーはドアがなくてもネットワークがあれば情報収集ができます。
Could she be? I've had a bad feeling about it for a while now, but I'm guessing my hunch is on the money. Basically, Irie must be bugged.
ただゲジネーはこの姿でネットワーク上に現れることはできません。情報を持ってくるだけで。
Mizuka-san returns holding a plastic container.
風向きが変わった。今日はもういい波は来そうにない。帰るよ。ちなみにサーファーの間でよく使う言葉を教えてやるよ。これ覚えときな。Let's get to it!
She says, and without hesitation pours out the contents of the plastic bottle over my head. No worries, she's not pouring oil on me or anything. Nobody's going to be lit on fire today. It's just warm water. There are no showers on this beach. In order to clean off the sticky seawater, you gotta bring your own water. In this case, warm water because it's cold. That's one of those surfer rules. That said, I heard the surfing club gets to use the school's showers, so yay for them. Because she poured water all over me out of nowhere, even my phone droid is soaked. Thank God it's waterproof. Mizuka-san glances at Irie through my screen, but she says nothing.
ほら、脱ぎな。
She says,
水香さん、前回もそうだったけど、それセクハラだから。
ガキが生意気なこと言うじゃないか。 別に貝のたるんだ全裸姿を見せられたってこっちは何とも思わないよ。
たるんだとか言わないでくんない？
脱がないならベタベタのままお家に帰るんだね。
分かったって。脱げばいいんでしょ。
Why are all the older women in my life so damn scary? I turned my back to Mizuka-san and began taking off my wetsuit. Needless to say, I'm not actually nude. I'm wearing swim shorts underneath. The wetsuit is a hand-me-down from one of Mizuka-san's old surfing buddies. Even though I've washed myself off, I still can't go home yet. I gotta clean the surfboard too. I gotta wash off all the sand and such stuck to it. And so while going through the motions, I think to myself, what in the hell am I doing? It's a question I know the answer to, much as I wish I didn't. I have to collect all the Kimijima reports. I have to do this. They're not the delusions of a conspiracy theorist. After last month's solar disturbance, I'm more than sure that it's all true.
部長、なんで声を潜めてるんですか？って僕まで釣られたじゃないですか。
その方が秘密の実験っぽいから。
ガタガタと細けいこと言ってんじゃねえ。いいから黙って見とけ。
毒も小声になってますよ。
ドク、始めて。
I suppress my nervousness and signal to Doc. He nods, a stern expression on his face. He then flips on the test power switch connected to the motor. The motor affixed to the stand starts moving. On occasion it surges with a faint light blue beam of light. This is a brand new motor that Doc designed and built for Gun Build 2. It's the first servo motor in human history to use a magnet made out of a monopole. But
モノポールを使ってる割にはいまいちインパクトが薄いな。
部長、その言い方、スペースアメ社の社長そっくりです。
普通のモーターと何が違うの？もっとこうギュルルルドキャーンみたいなスーパーハイパワーを予想してたんだけど。
その発言、頭悪すぎですね。
Yup, it's about time to ignore Subaru. Meanwhile, he's sighing out of disappointment, I guess.
そんなハイパワーモーターなんざ作ってもすぐギアがバカになるだけだろうよ。実用性ってもんを考えやがれ。
He scolded me.
こいつについては2号機に今すぐ組み込んでも問題ねえレベルで調整してんだよ。まあ調整つってもまだ大まかなもんだがな。
性能について教えてください。
既存のモーターと決定的に違うのはやっぱ出力だ。ロボ1号機に使ったサーボモーターと比べて同じ電力量でもだいたい10倍以上のパワーが出てやがる。
10倍？
これでもまだ完全にポテンシャルを引き出してるわけじゃねえ。むしろセーブしてこれだ。まさにモノポール様々ってことだよ。これがありゃ少ない電力で1号機以上の動きだってできるぜ。
Says Doc as he shuts it off.
はっきり言ってこのモーターとんでもねえ化け物だぜ。性能も 値段もな。モノポールが最終的にいくらの価値になるかは知らねえが、何しろ地球上には存在しねえ代物なんだ。そいつをここまで贅沢に使ってんだから、一気でうん十万円程度じゃ済まねえだろ。
例えば予想だといくらぐらい
1億いってもおかしくないんじゃないですか。
億
I can't even wrap my head around a number that big.
とりあえずスコールは何本買えるかな。
60万本以上は。
そっか。
I still can't quite fathom that large a sum of money. This one motor uses around 100 monopoles. Doc ground them down and compressed them. He apparently utilized the same process used to make permanent magnets. He showed me its insides. The magnet made out of monopoles flickered red, like it was alive. Even now, the monopoles continue to fall onto Uchugoga Park. It's recently become my job to pick them up. I swing by in the mornings and the afternoons, on the way to and from school. This used to be Kai's job, and so picking up the monopoles every day led me to discover something. After last month's solar disturbance, the frequency with which monopoles fall has increased dramatically. Now we get around 10 to 20 a day. There's no way this is anything but abnormal. All the monopoles sitting around on the grass resemble mouse poop, and it's kinda gross to be honest. The neighbors have finally started to take notice of them, but they seem unfazed. People here are pretty chill. Fortunately, nobody from Jaxa has heard anything yet. I've also been doing my best to avoid having Dad figure things out.
試作2号機に使うサーボモーターは全部で24機を予定しています。
足りないのは4機分か。今月中にはなんとかなりそうだな。
Fortunately for us, we have a huge stock of monopoles. It takes a little bit of time and money to turn them into magnets, but things are going as planned. Mostly. To be honest, I'm actually a little worried about whether these motors will really be enough to move Model 2. I find myself wondering if we should maybe raise the number of monopoles we use per motor. I have no clue if using more monopoles would result in more magnetism, so maybe I'm just crazy. Both Subaru and Doc are against the idea.
年内に組み立てを完成させたいなら、今より数を増やすのは避けるべきでしょう。
でも万博は2月だよ。まだもうちょっと余裕はあるじゃん。
できれば来月はまるまる稼働システムのセッティングに費やしたいんですよ。
わかった。じゃあドク、このモーター量産しちゃって。
しちゃってじゃねえよ。じじいをこき使うんじゃねえ。俺一人じゃあと半月でこんなでかいモーターを20機以上も作るのは無理だ。
じゃあどうするの？
人海戦術しかねえだろうな。島中の機械屋に協力してもらう。
機械屋さんってつまり蒲田のおっちゃんとか港のおっちゃんとか？
そうだ。
モノポールの存在を多くの人に知られてしまうのはできれば避けたいですが。
だったら2月までに24機なんて無茶な発注は受けられねえな。
どうします部長。
わかったよ。うちは島にある全部の町工場を回って口止めをお願いしてみる。
聞いてもらえなかった
聞いてもらえるまで粘る。話せばきっとうちらの夢に協力してくれるはず。
でも試作1号機の時はドク以外はどこの工場も手伝ってくれなかった。そう聞きましたか？
そうなんだよ。こっちが頭下げても仕方なく協力するみたいな感じで。
Doc uncharacteristically breaks into a massive smile.
それは当たり前だろうが。一銭にもならねえガキのお遊びに付き合うバカは俺ぐらいだよ。連中にだって生活があるんだ。ただでさえ不況の上に過疎化で仕事も減ってんだぞ。実際この5年で島の整備工場は半分になっちまった。だからお前らに付き合ってる暇はねえのさ。餌がありゃ話は別だがな。
いっそモノポールで釣ってみたらどうです？いずれ公表する予定だったわけですし、モノポールの所有権を島にある全ての町工場にすればいい。将来莫大な利益をもたらすことは分かりきっているわけですから、この島の経済を活性化させるためにも悪くない案だと思います。
それじゃまるでお金をちらつかせて協力しろって言ってるように聞こえるじゃん。
出世払いみたいなものですよ。それとも何ですか？金なんて払わなくても全ての整備工場はロボ部の夢にタダで付き合うべきだと。大した自信ですがナンセンスですね。そういう考えでいるから教頭と揉めたんだという自覚を持ってください。
スバルってなんだか教頭先生と似てる。
もともと僕は言っていたはずですよ。部長の考えは甘い。
Actually, he's right. Every time we bumped into each other, he would say the same thing. He may be helping as a member of the Robot Club now, but just a few months ago he was our sworn enemy. But I mean, come on, couldn't he agree with me at least once in a while? I'm a little irritated.
こんにゃろー。
I try to ruffle up Subaru's hair, but he swiftly dodges my lunge.
避けるな。
そういうのはヤシオ先輩にだけやっていてください。僕を身代わりにされるのは迷惑です。
That calmness of his totally gets under my skin.
ごちゃごちゃうるせえ。何でもいいから他の機械屋を説得してこいってんだ。でなきゃ年内の2号機の完成はねえ。それだけだ。
はい。
It's time for me to step up to the plate. Just you wait and see, Subaru. Subaru is still kinda stuck up. Played 1, 10 to 2, break. I wonder if the others on the island will help in the first place. They don't treat us positively. Is money really everything? Today's dinner, making a pot of meatballs. Exactly, that is right. Kill Ballad Patch version 4.2 information released. No character adjustments, mainly updated security for online matches. Also considering going open source very soon. I mean, my bad for that thing that happened. Looking for volunteers to manage servers. Dead serious. Hanju, Chuchushi, and Kiss Pop Dono are probably gonna be mad. In the sky. What the? That's just an excuse. You have to do something about it. That's it. Are you okay? Surrounded by 4 RGB cameras, Juna continues to timidly perform a kata. The one she's currently doing is called Gekisai Dai Ichi, a pretty basic kata. Her moves are dynamic and interesting to watch. Plus, one set is about 30 seconds long, making for a brisk pace. Frau and I are squatting, watching from a little ways away. Frau bites into her pocky, and I take a sip of my fruit sour melon. The winds are gentle today, so even though the sun is about to set, it's not that cold outside.
あれそのままロボ2号機で再現しちゃえばいいんじゃないの？
I randomly toss out a proposal. Frau starts to grin while looking at her phone droid connected to the RGB cameras.
お前は何を言っているんだ。いかが頑張れるが空手の型をやるとか。デューテラシュール。
じゃあ代案出してよ。
だが断る。
We're still recording Juna's kata. As for why, it's because we still haven't figured out what Model 2's doing at the expo. Call it brainstorming. Akiho wants to pull some iconic poses from the anime and have it do those, but that would be way too short. The performance should be at least 30 seconds long, preferably 1 whole minute, which is why I personally thought a kata would be a good fit.
そもそも結構動きが複雑だわ。サーボ24機じゃ関節ならね。これはガチ。
あ、そう。
Juna stands up straight and bows. Looks like she's done.
続きまして撃砕第2です。よろしくお願いします。
She bows again and begins the next kata. She's still clearly embarrassed. Her movement is rigid and tense. Kind of a bummer considering how beautiful her kata are when nobody is watching. What a waste of talent.
そんなことより聞いてくれ、一応。
ん？1って俺のこと？
聞いてください。ヤシオ先輩。
何？
I respond to her as I mindlessly watch Juna perform. Frau scoots extra close to me, touching her shoulder to mine.
300人委員会と旅ストック研究所の件について。
Frau started coming to school as of late. She's even become interested in the committee and institute. She's been aggressively scouring the internet for information on both groups.
だからそれが何？
そっち何か進展あった？
いや、君島レポートナンバー6はまだ最後のフラグが回収できてないから見つけてない。
サーファーウォッチ。それにしても時間かかりすぎじゃね？
フラグを回収するの大変なんだよ。サーフィン始めたのだってほんの4日前だし。
Before that, I was picking up golf balls at a golf course. I feel like such an idiot doing all these things.
そうか。ヤシオ先輩はあの荒波に体をもみくちゃにされてるんですね。わかります。こっくりエロすぎだろマジで。波ヤシオ先輩で薄い本一冊書けるレベル。
What in the world is she going on about? She's breathing heavily through her nose and everything. I probably shouldn't pry. While we were talking, Juna had long since finished her kata. She's just standing there looking lost.
スーパーリンペイ頼むよ。
Juna looks flustered by my sudden request, but soon composes herself and bows.
スーパーリンペイ
She shouts and begins her kata.
コナちゃんの方はどうなの？
When I shoot the question back to Frau, she scoots even closer to me, as if she was waiting for me to ask.
ミゲール・サンタンブロッチオって知ってる？
さあ。
なんという情弱。フィリップ・エレクトロニクスの CEO だろ、上皇。
CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Philip Electronics. The official name is Philip Roman Maurice Electronics, an electronic equipment maker that was established in the late 19th century. The main office is located in Holland. They make a wide variety of electronics from electric razors to medical equipment, a world-famous brand.
いや、知らないって。
I've seriously never heard of him. Heck, I don't even know if that's a Japanese or a foreign company.
経済界の大物だを。前はアメリカのジェネラリック・モータースとかフランスのルーノ社とかの CEO をやってたし。
Generic Motors, a large American car company that was established in the early 20th century. Even though in the late 2000s the business failed, the new CEO, Miguel Santambrogio, rose it back to being one of the top companies.
公安経営者つうか、立て直しのプロつうか。
その人が何？
旅ストック研究所の特別顧問だっけ。
で？
そのミゲール爺さんには世界中に隠し子がいる。なんという絶倫じじいか。
叫ばないように。ほら、純ちゃんがビビってるじゃん。
さあせ。で、その隠し子の一人がエグスケにいるって言ったら、隠し子の名前は沢田
キュン。
それこそ誰って話なんだけど、エグスケの社長の名前？
Without saying a word, Frau pulls a video up on her phone droid.
これって。
It's a video of the press conference from the other day. Frau apparently reserved a time-shifted version of it ahead of time.
沢田俊之、エグゾスケルトン社のハグテスト運用室室長。
ハグテスト運用室。
That's where Misani works.
この人が旅ストック研究所の人間かもしれないって。
そこまでは言ってないし、単に旅ストックの特別顧問の隠し子って事実があるだけ。直接の証拠なんて何にもない。でも少なくとも遠いつながりはある。ミゲール爺さんを通して沢田級に旅ストックの意向が伝わっていたとしても不思議じゃないわな。まあハグテスト運用室長じゃそんなに権限は大きくないと思われ。だから私の考えすぎかもしれんけど、ただ君島レポートにもエグスケのこと書いてあったし、そういう可能性があってもちっとも不思議じゃなくね。なお私の予想だとこのおっさんはツンデレの模様。
Putting aside Frau's pointless prediction, if Frau's info was true, it would be nuts. I sure as hell couldn't tell Akiho about it. I'm feeling extremely uneasy. I just want to scream into the air.
ていうか、よく調べたね、そんなヤバそうな情報。
私のこと見直した。だったら指をペロペロさせろ。鎖骨でも OK。
オッキーでも舐めてなよ。
ぐぬぬ。
Clearly salty, Frau munches on her pocky as instructed.
コナちゃんさ、今の話、俺以外には絶対しちゃダメだよ。
つうか、先輩はなんでそんな落ち着いてるん？君島レポートの予言当たってるのに。つまりあの内容はガチ。警察かマスコミに教えるべきじゃね？
She's right. I'm convinced that most of the contents of the Kimijima reports are true. If I ignore their warnings, I get the feeling that 5 billion people are going to get massacred. I get goosebumps on my back. I instinctively look around. I have a wonderful view of the old airport just before sunset. There's no one here besides the three of us. I'm just being self-conscious, I
う
guess.
かつには動けない。コナちゃんだって分かってるはずでしょ。
If we say anything, our lives could be in danger.
俺としては、まずは君島レポートを全部揃えたい。それをコンプすれば、どうすべきかはっきりするはず。
アイリタンはねほりはほり聞いてみるべき。300人委員会の情報を集めてるんだから。とりあえず3サイズから始めようかっていう。
おっさん的な発想だな。本当に俺より年下？
永遠の17歳ですが何か。
Ask Irie. I would love to, but Irie is a little unstable right now.
ちなみに300人委員会の情報を集めてるのは、アイリちゃんじゃなくてゲジネーだから。
I asked Gagini about this a few times before, but she couldn't give me any info because she hadn't analyzed it yet. I tried booting up IRUO, and there she is. Irie is standing beside Yuna as she performs her kata, but she's not watching her.
アイリちゃん、
She doesn't respond. I guess I have no choice but to get up and walk over to her.
ああ、純ちゃんは気にせず続けて。
Juna instantly stiffens up just because I got closer. Can't say that's a surprise to me.
アイリちゃん。
When I call to her, Irie looks around aimlessly, even though I'm right in front of her. What is she looking for? Whatever. It's not Irie that I want to talk to, but Gagini. I'll just force her out here. I press Irie's forehead for a few seconds. Usually this pulls up an icon on her forehead and she turns into Gagini immediately. But this time, Irie squirms and giggles. She's trying to get away from my finger.
いや、逃げないでよ。ゲジネーに話があるんだから。
Why isn't she changing over?
ジュンナはアイリよりゲジネーが好きなんですか？
For some reason, Irie asked her question to Juna, not me. This conversation is a mess. As expected, Irie is still unstable.
アイリちゃん、俺はゲジネーと話したいんだって。
光彦もゲジネーが好きなんですね。
光彦？
長深田光彦です。
Meet she? Is she mistaking me for him? Geez, that stings. And then, just like that, she suddenly responds. Usually she does the whole switching over to gauging me thing.
屋内なので今のゲジネーはヤシオさんが見えていない状態です。
おいおい、ここバリバリ屋外なんだけど。
情報は収集していますが、関東地方は停電によるオンラインユーザーの減少により絶対的な情報量が平常時の 20% まで低下しています。
何を言ってる？停電？
なお、収集した情報は未だ分析していないため、現段階ではヤシオさんの要求には返答できません。失礼します。
She's frozen.
これはひどい。
幽霊ちゃん、今おかしかったね。
Juna calls Irie Ghost Chan. As our resident urban legend otaku, she probably likes the name. But none of that matters right now.
もしかして愛梨ちゃんも太陽嵐の影響出てるんじゃ。
どう見てもバグです。本当にありがとうございました。
At the end of the day, Irie is basically an app inside of IRUO. There have been a bunch of reports of IRUO malfunctioning, so it wouldn't be weird if Irie was affected. That would actually explain a lot about her recent unstable behavior. So let's just say Irie is bugged. Will she still be able to observe me clearing the last report, the last trigger for report number 6? Are surfers early birds? I have no clue. I heard that the surfing club has morning practices, but I've never seen them myself. It was a perfectly good Saturday morning until Mizuka-san called me at 7 a.m. I've been tossing myself at the waves for about 3 hours now. It's not noon yet, but I'm already dead.
波が立ちやすい時間ってのがあるのさ。
Says Mizuka-san as she meticulously washes the surfboard. She's been hanging with me this whole time.
潮が満ちてくる時間帯がベストなんだ。サーファーはね、常に満潮時間と干潮時間を頭に叩き込んであるもんさ。
どれだけいい波が来たって乗れなかったら意味ないけどね。
あんたが言うんじゃない。
God, she's right. I feel bad for Mizuka-san, but there's definitely a part of me that isn't giving it my all. Each time I'm about to hit my physical limit, I back off and take a break. The reason I'm doing this is to prevent myself from crossing the line. Doing so would trigger an attack. And what would happen if I got one while out in the ocean? I would be just fine during the attack. It's the after that terrifies me. I doubt I would be able to make it back to shore given how exhausted I would be. I wouldn't even be able to walk. Mizuka-san is keeping a close eye on me, but as experienced as she is, she still has her legs to worry about. I can't expect her to also be my lifeguard and jump into the ocean to save me from drowning. And so with these thoughts running through my head, I just can't bring myself to give it 100%.
言い訳かな。
I want to play KB. Sand. Hey everyone, a lot has happened this year. The end of year Robo 1 will be held as scheduled, but it won't be a tournament. They will be doing demonstrations for the main program. I will not be participating since I have retired, but people who are, please give it your all for me. It may be time for me to close this account. I am considering returning to life as a regular man. Can't be Pleiades forever. I will be stopping within the year. There isn't much time left, but everyone keep it up. Is IRU really in maintenance? There's nothing more annoying than doing maintenance on Christmas Eve. Yes, do it more. Sand. Sand. Sounds like you are malfunctioning. While mentally doing battle with myself, the phone droid in my bag starts to ring.
はい、鳴ってるよ。
Frow's the one on the other line. What's our resident pervy shut-in doing calling on a weekend morning?
はい、どうかした？
サーバー落ち。
冷やかしなら切るけど。
I glance over at Mizuka-san. After taking a quick look at me, Mizuka-san drops her shoulders and goes back to washing the board.
いや、今までずっと海に入ってたから。
公式のインフォメーション見るべき。今すぐ。
何かあったわけ？
いいから早くしろ。どうなっても知らんぞ。
だから説明してくれたっていいでしょって言ってんの。
大規模メンテナンス入る。24日。よりによってリア充道が爆発するクリスマスイブにやるって。奴ら家で世界旅行気分に浸りたいぼっちを殺しに来やがった。絶対に許さない。ただ今回はガチ。多分太陽嵐のせいでバグったところ全部直すはず。場合によってはサーバーリセットして全データ消したりするかも。
それが俺とどんな関係があるわけ？
これがゆとり教育の弊害か。
Easy education. Internet slang used to indicate the generation that had a major curriculum change in 2003. This change is also represented by the phrase pi is 3. 3.14. Easy Ed was a curriculum used over 10 years ago, before our time. How is this related to me?
だったら教えるけど。次の年度でアイリターン消えるんじゃね？
消える？
最近アイリターンの調子悪いっしょ。で、アイリターンはイルオの公式アプリじゃねえし。幸せ 4U の中の人がアイリターンの存在を知ってるかも怪しいわ。下手するとアイリターンそのものがバグと認識されて消されちゃうかもしれんわ。
おいおい、マジで？
あくまで私の予想。
I think it's safe to say that happiness for you isn't aware of her existence.
まずいぞ。もし愛理ちゃんが消えるとなると、君島レポートを手に入れられなくなるかも。
Irie is the one judging whether I activate the triggers or not. With her gone, there's nobody else to make the call. And if the call isn't made, the hidden AR annotations won't unlock. Even if they did, I would have no clue where to start looking. Up until now, Irie's been helpful in guiding me to the right areas. Without her guidance, I'll have to scour the entire island without a single clue. That would take forever. I sense someone staring at me. When I look up, Mizuka-san is watching me, resting her hands. But as soon as our eyes meet, she goes back to cleaning.
コナちゃんさ、幸せ 4U に問い合わせてみてよ。で、もし知らないようなら、こんなんいますけどって伝えてみて。
オッケー。診断開発者の
Frau hangs up after grinning. Now then, what do I do?
はい、さっさと着替えな。
If I remember correctly, Mizuka-san knows Irie. When I talked about Irie a while back, she insisted that I tell her where she could meet her. And I'm pretty sure she overheard my conversation with Frau, which makes it especially weird that she's acting so disinterested. I guess I'll just leave her to her own madness. Irie's more important right now. When I got here 3 hours ago, she was wandering around the beach like she always does. And so, after briefly searching for her, I finally spot the mysterious ARAI. She squatted down on the beach, a blank expression on her face with her back to the ocean.
愛梨ちゃん、ゲージ内に変われる？
I try tapping her on the head, but all she does is squirm, no sign of changing. The fact that she can't switch to gauging me is already a bad enough bug. Irie's no help when it comes to looking for the Kimijima reports. The situation is worse than I thought.
もし、あと10日かそこらで君は消えるって言ったらどうする？
消えるんですか？皆既月食ですね。
Irie flashes me an innocent smile. I guess she's not aware of the situation she's in. But why did she bring up the total solar eclipse unprompted?
愛梨が美咲と初めて会ったのは皆既月食の日でした。でも残念ながら愛梨は日食を見られなかったのです。愛梨に見える空はほとんどまだ存在していなかったですし、どれだけ待っても太陽は消えてくれませんでした。そうしたら美咲が撮影した映像を見せてくれたんです。だけどやっぱり空は曇っていて肝心の日食は見えませんでした。
I get it. The last solar eclipse visible from this island was back in 2009. People made a big deal about it at the time because it was the first time in 46 years that one was visible from Japan. The ideal viewing spots were here in Tanegashima, Amami, and Tokara. Tourists came in hot and fast. Tokara Islands, Kagoshima Prefecture, created from 7 residential islands and 5 deserted islands located between Tanegashima and the Amami Islands. There are no airports located in any of the islands. The only way to reach them is a ferry that goes out once every 3 days. I somewhat recall going to see it with Akiho and my family. Misani saw it with friends, so she wasn't there. It was cloudy, but I vividly remember daytime turning to night in the middle of the afternoon. Wait, why are we talking about this again?
でもなんと愛梨は愛梨を見たことがあるんですよ。
あ？
That sure came out of nowhere.
愛梨が目を閉じてじっとしているんです。こんにちはと言ったら愛梨は眠っているってマスターが言ったんです。だから愛梨はそれからしばらく愛梨を見つめて愛梨にまた会いましょうって伝えました。なのに消えるんですか？
What's going on here?
悲しいですね。
She doesn't seem remotely sad. Maybe she should have her memory reset so that she can get these bugs taken care of. Just to be safe, I want to try and get my hands on the last 2 Kimijima reports within the next 10 days. Granted, I'm not entirely confident that I can master this surfing thing. With only 2 months before graduation, is there any point to making us seniors study? I'm sitting in math class right now, dozing off to Mori Sensei talking about different calculus or differential calculus or whatever. The exam takers are taking remedial classes in a separate classroom. As for the remaining 60% of students, they're either getting a job or going into specialized education. In other words, their career paths are decided. Nobody's paying attention. They're sneakily gaming on their phone droids or passing around manga. Mori Sensei doesn't care. It's crazy how relaxed the classroom's vibe is now that the exam takers are gone. By the way, the reason Akiho and I are here is because Akiho declared that we won't graduate until the expo is over. Starting in February, the expo runs for about 6 months. Koba-sen didn't see this coming at all and finally caved. So it looks like Akiho and I are going to graduate without having chosen our career paths. We are some seriously shitty students. Even though nobody's listening, the room is quiet, allowing Mori Sensei's voice to echo like a sutra. The windows are shut, but the winter sunshine is warm. Combined with the surfing in the morning, it makes me sleepy. I can't help myself as I put my head down on my desk and close my eyes. If I don't rest now, I risk having an attack. Caring for my body is priority numero uno right now. I've had to push myself to the limit thanks to the sadistic Ko Kimijima, but I have to make sure I don't cross that line. My consciousness fades, but just as I am about to succumb to the comfort of the hard desk and fall asleep,
お父さんとお母さんはどこにいるか知りませんか？
I snap awake. Everyone, including the teacher, is confused.
うわ、幽霊が俺のポケコンに。
One of my classmates, Mihama-kun, goes pale as he gazes at his phone droid. I quickly boot up IRUO and look over toward him only to see Ivory standing on his desk. A lost look on her face.
幽霊だ。
アイリ？
幽霊が出たぞ。
The once quiet and peaceful classroom is thrown into chaos. Mori-sensei, too old to do anything, is incapable of calming the situation down. After making eye contact with Akiho, the two of us dash out of the room.
アイリー、来い。
I call her from the hallway, hoping that she actually reacts this time. I don't know if she can see me since we're indoors. Irie comes bouncing out into the hallway, slipping through the wall. She then immediately looks
お
around.
姉ちゃん、どこですか？
I figured as much. She can't see me because we're
どう
indoors.
してお父さんとお母さんはアイリのところに来てくれないんでしょう？
Mom and Dad, what's she going on about? Isn't Kokimijima technically her dad?
ヤシオのやつ、幽霊を手なずけてるぞ。
っていうか、その女幽霊何なんだよ。おい。
The classroom is still in chaos. This is going to get even more messy. We need to go. Now.
愛理ちゃん、俺の声についてきて。
I decide to head outside so that Irie can see again. This is probably the only spot where I can avoid other people during class. I sit on the seat of my scooter and take a deep breath.
やってくれたね、愛理ちゃん。
She's looking in different directions. She can hear me properly, right?
これで明日には俺は幽霊を連れ歩く男っていうありがたい称号を与えられてることだろうよ。それにしてもまさかあんな現れ方をするとはね。こうなるともう誰彼構わずじゃない。これまではさ、基本的に俺にしか積極的に話しかけてこなかったでしょ。愛理ちゃんが空気読んでくれてたおかげで特に騒ぎにならなかったけど、さっきみたいに見境なく全方位攻撃を始めるっていうならちょっと考えないとな。いっそ愛理ちゃんの正体を学校の生徒全員に明かしちゃうべきかも。その方が混乱しないだろうし。聞いてる？
Irie stares up at the sky, a vacant expression on her face. I'm going to take that as a no.
愛理ちゃん？
お父さんは愛理を置いていなくなってしまいました。お母さんは愛理が置いていきました。愛理はお母さんを悲しませたくなかったからです。どうしてお父さんとお母さんは愛理に会いに来てくれないんでしょう。
わかりやすく説明してくれたら俺にも答えられるかもね。
I wonder why. Seeing Irie like this hurts. It's like I can't stand seeing her act this way. Maybe it's because it looks like she's starting to break down. After school, I head to the usual beach. Akiho tried to talk me out of it, but now's not the time to be hanging out at the robot club. The path leading to the beach is half covered in sand. If I tried to pass through here with my scooter, it would probably get jammed up really quickly. So I park it a little ways away from the beach and walk the rest of the way.
マスターはそれはもうすごい人だったんです。とってもすごかったんです。
I made the mistake of checking in on Irie before getting to the beach. As soon as I called for her, she started rambling. She hasn't stopped.
イルオのプログラマーとして今ではちょっとだけ有名になっていますね。
Kinda. Is that her idea of a compliment?
でも実はマスターはプログラマーという枠には収まらない人でした。とってもマルチな才能があったんです。とにかく何でも作ったんですよ。全部自分でやっちゃいますので、誰かに手伝ってもらうのを嫌がったぐらいです。この島に来たのも誰にも邪魔されずに済むからだって言っていました。マスターの研究施設に入れたのはなんとですね、およそ2年間で愛理と美咲の2人だけだったんですよ。
A lab?
その施設ってこの島のどこにあったの？
内緒です。マスターに打ち止めされてるんです。家を教えちゃダメだよって。マスターは自分で野菜を作ったりもしていましたよ。お肉は食べませんでした。とにかく仙人みたいな生活をしていたんです。
Maybe that's why he created Irie.
君島校ってロリコンかな？
マスターは愛理にとても優しかったですよ。でもここだけの話ですけど、愛理もお兄ちゃんと同じ意見です。マスターはロリコンだって 自分で言ってました。
And just like that, my impression of Ko Kimijima is flipped on its head. I saw him as a serious and reserved tragic genius who was trying to reveal the truth to the world despite the odds. That was the image in my head anyway. I guess I was totally wrong.
そう、ロリコンなんだ。
I feel a vague sense of camaraderie with the man, as well as an overwhelming disappointment. Only human, I guess. Of
Stream
course, this is all just
Said,
hearsay.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Irie could very well just be joking. No reason to take her too seriously. Walking toward the beach, I see Mizuka-san already standing by at the usual spot.
お待たせ、水香さん。
Mizuka-san glances not at me, but at Irie, who is floating along next to me. Mizuka-san doesn't own a phone droid, so she shouldn't be able to see her. Can't she sense her
方
presence?
針転換するよ。
はい。
I tilt my head like an idiot in response to her words.
サーフィン経験者の差がってもんがさ、今まで私の中で邪魔してたのかもしれないってね、気づいたのさ。結局カイに教えるってなった時、私はベストを目指しちゃったんだよ。カイの目的ってもんを見誤ってた。理由は知りたくもないけど、あんたは3秒以上波乗りできさえすればそれでいい。そうだろ？
I reply with a nod.
とにかくその3秒をしのぎさえすりゃいい。これからもずっとサーフィンを続けていくつもりはさらさらないってわけさ。それを真っ先に頭に叩き込んどくべきだったよ。サーフィン部で後輩を指導するのとはわけが違うってね。そういうことならむしろいい波よりも張り合いのない波でテイクオフすりゃ済む話なんだ。わかるだろ？
難易度の低い波で何とかしようってことでしょ。
Mizuka-san nods and squints at the ocean.
そうさね。せいぜい膝ぐらいでいい。
膝ぐらいの高さの波っていうか。
ああ、今までは肩ぐらいの高さの波にライドすることを考えてた。どんなスパルタ教育してでも完璧なライドをさせてやろうって意気込んでもいたよ。でもそれくらいの高さになるといきなり初心者が挑むにはきついからね。
そういうことは初日に言ってくれないかな、水香さん。
カイがここまでポテンシャルの低い男だとは思わなかったって私も言ったろ。
そこまでひどい言われ方したっけ？
それでも意地になっちまったのさ、私が。
Mizuka-san smiles lonesomely and looks down at her own legs.
自分がもう乗れないからね。私が昔やってた頃のあの気持ちをカイにも感じてほしかったの。でもま、それは気持ちの押し付けだろって気づいたのがつい昨日だった。そういうことさ。回り道も人生って言うし、どうせ暇なんだから別にいいだろ、受験生。
暇ってわけじゃないんだけどね。水香さん、俺がサーフィン教えてって言い出した理由聞かないわけ？
あえて聞いてないんだよ。カイのことが気に食わないんでね。
I have? Yikes. But I guess it's also my fault for not telling her the truth.
何が気に食わないって、最近のカイが秋をほったらかしにして愛梨と一緒にいるってことさ。
水香さんって愛梨ちゃんのこと嫌いなの？
Mizuka-san doesn't answer. But that in and of itself is the answer.
水香さんには一応教えとくよ。愛梨ちゃん、 もしかするとあと1週間くらいで記憶のリセットかデータそのものが消えちゃう可能性があるんだよね。愛梨ちゃんとは古い知り合いなんでしょ。この前わざわざミッチーを付き合わせて会いに行ったぐらいだもんね。
だから何さ。
水香さんも仲直りするなら今のうちだよ。
Mizuka-san sneers with an exhausted look on her face.
お友達ごっこかい？若いね。
そういう年寄りじみたこと言って本気出ますか。
A bottle full of warm water comes flying at me. She launched the damn thing at me without even using her hug. In the face of her insane power, I immediately regret my words and actions. Mizuka-san then lowers her shoulders and heads toward her car.
今日は練習は？
風がない。大した波は来ないから今日はなし。
あ、そう。
It sucks when weather totally dictates your entire day, screws up your rhythm. I wonder if I'm going to be able to get report number 6 and 7 before Irie disappears.
待ち焦がれているんです。その日がやってくるのを。毎朝そのベッドで目を覚まして、私が最初にやることは今日の天気予報をお伝えします。鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方、今日のお天気は優しい風が入ってくるその部屋。窓を開ければ日の光が反射してキラキラ光る海が見えます。潮の香りのする風に包まれながら、私はささやかな広さのベランダに出て空を見上げるんです。そうしてあまりの空の青さに私は絶望します。この家にはいつだって死の匂いが満ちています。それは誰のせいでもない私が発する匂いです。お医者様からは絶対に治らないって言われました。私はすぐに死ぬことはないだろうけど、この苦しみと闘病生活は一生続くんです。普通の生活には二度と戻れないんです。それでも最初はこの家にも笑い声が絶えませんでした。お父さんもお母さんも私のことを第一に考えてくれました。そのために家だって改築したくらいです。私はそれが嬉しくてずっとここで暮らしたいって心の底から思いました。でもそう思っていたのは私だけでした。そのうちお父さんはこの家にほとんど顔を出さなくなりました。しばらくしてお母さんからお父さんはもう二度と戻ってこないって教えられました。あの人は逃げたんだって、卑怯者だって、そう話すお母さんは悔しそうでした。そんなお母さんも何かあるとすぐに何もなくてもたまにもう疲れたって言うようになりました。気がつけばお母さんも笑わなくなっていたんです。ある夜、私が寝ていたらお母さんが部屋に入ってきて私の首を絞めました。驚いて逃げようとしたらお母さんは泣いていました。ごめんなさいとばかり言っていました。そうして次の日からお母さんは私の顔を見ようとしなくなったんです。食事の時間以外はふらりとどこかに出かけていくことが増えました。きっとこのままお父さんみたいに戻ってこなくなるんだろうなって そんな予感はしました。この広い家に私は一人ぼっちです。それでもお母さんにずっといてほしいとは言えません。だって私の病気のせいでお父さんは逃げ出したんだから。なのにお母さんだけを引き止めるなんてできません。お母さんはお父さんよりもずっと私の病気のせいで犠牲になっています。むしろ私の方から消えた方がいいんじゃないかって思ったくらいです。私さえいなくなれば、私の病気でお母さんが疲れることももうなくなるんですから。
悲しいね。
誰ですか？私のために泣いてくれるあなたは誰？モーターの側はね、基本的にガンツク1に使ったものを流用するの。だから一から設計し直す必要はなくて、僕の知り合いの設計屋さんが大阪にいるらしいんだけど、そこに発注して昨日一気に10機分も届いたんだから。でね、蒲田のおっちゃんとかにも協力してもらって、この島の町工場総動員って感じなんだよ。
I'm currently playing Kill Ballad, but I'm also giving Akiho's progress report a few empty nods. We've been acting separately recently, even for club stuff, so I haven't spent much time with her as of late. A few months ago, this would be unheard of. But we have been stopping by Uchugaoka Park after school together pretty regularly. As for why, the monopoles, of course. Got 'em. While listening to Akiho talk, my hands continue to play KB. I've been on a winning streak against players around rank 200. I haven't been able to play much recently, but my senses haven't dulled.
ねえ、カイ、
ん？
万博始まったらどうする？
I want to eat ham. About Komima, I have gone multiple times, but unless you possess brute strength, going through general admissions is impossible. You will see hell if you are trying to go as a guest. I wouldn't be surprised if someone died, but sometimes you want to go to that hell. Such a mystery. That place is a battlefield, not a game, and there's way too many people. In the summer, it's death of waiting in line for hours in the blazing sun. Strong memories of waiting for 4 hours from major companies. Even though the old man next to me was having major bowel issues, I lived through it and stayed in line. Today, Okinawa donuts arrived in the mail. It's for Christmas. Lolly! Is that something like a donut hole? No, more. It's food. Amazing. No one complains and just powers through it. Stop. Respect your master. Oh, I figured out how to move to okay. Hello from Space Candy. Phone droids have been acting up recently. More than half the employees have experienced something. Is it due to the solar disturbance? The annual Cancel Christmas March will be at Shibuya again this year. Last year, 500 people participated. I don't know if there's a way to go to that link. Probably not. Growing little by little, eh? It's been amazing, going on for 10 years. Pretty amazing. They should put that energy toward finding a lover. Disgusting. Unattractive losers. Doing a march. Have your mommy buy you an Xmas cake. Well, I have to get together in Roppongi tonight. I am a woman but planning to participate. What is the ratio at the march? If there are a lot of girls, maybe I'll go too. We don't want people that are looking for someone to come. This is a sacred war to us. Don't corrupt this sacred fight. Happiness for you running on a maintenance. On Christmas Eve is God. They are on our side. Do more. Japanese people should be shamed for joking that's Xmas Eve. Why do I have to be bashed for spending a beautiful night with my loved one? Hate only creates more hate. Let's be generous. Spend it with your loved ones and family. If you spend it together, we can all be happy. Christmas should be canceled because it's imprudent. They are imprudent Jews. Planning to stay inside and play old eroges on Christmas Eve. Christmas will be the usual marathoning blue to morning to night. Looks like they're protesting to cancel Christmas, but don't you walk through the illuminated city on Christmas Eve while being laughed at by normies anyway? What kind of torture is that? People who are part of the protest must be super duper masochist or a normie acting like a non-attractive person. I will never participate. Never. Rather than being part of the protest, isn't it more romantic to spend it with cute 2D girls inside a warm house? There's no need to go outside. That's right, us unattractives have 2D. They'll never betray you. Neidhart der Blitznell is going to stay and play old eroges. I respect and love that. Neidhart doesn't change at all. I want him to stay the way he is. I used to spend Christmas Eve like that, like till 3 years ago. These past couple years I spent Christmas with my fam. I won't be hurt from the words probably spent with your parents. I savor Virgie boys being envious of me. Because the family I'm talking about is my waifu and daughter. I'm a Normeyer. Just got in. Shocking information. Wait, what? What's going on? Dash has betrayed. I will never forgive. A man's envy is ugly. Well, my wife is an ex-cosplayer, and she accepts my eroge hobby. I bathe my 2-year-old daughter every day because she is so cute. I'm really a father now. Men grow up when they have a family. We grow mentally too. Just a hunch, but that wife-daughter prole aren't real. Nardhart, she and I, where did we fall apart? It is my pride and difference in environment. Akio asks while gazing at the T&SC rocket launch complex far in the distance.
だってほら、万博の期間って半年ぐらいあるんだよ。2月から始まって8月末まで。ガンツク2は会に操縦してもらうわけだけど、デモンストレーションを毎日やろうと思ったら、会には毎日会場に足を運んでもらわなくちゃいけないわけで、うちら卒業式にも出られないよ。それに8月までってことはね、次の年に向けての受験勉強だってろくにできないよ。
ああ、そうだね。
順にサブオペやってもらうにしても、あの子就職決まってるから4月以降はいなくなっちゃうでしょ。スバルとフラウボーは学校あるし、そうなると4月以降はうちと会しか参加できる人がいないってことになっちゃう。もちろんね、東京に住んでる OB や OG の人たちにも当たってみるつもりだけど、毎日会場に来られる人なんてきっと誰もいないと思うんだ。
Akiho then sighs and covers her eyes.
この際だからお姉ちゃんの家に押しかけて同居しようかなって思ってるんだけど、それどう思う？毎日万博会場まで30分くらいで通えるんだよ。ホテル代だって取られないし、お姉ちゃんと一緒ならお父さんもお母さんも文句言わないだろうし。そうだ、カイも一緒においでよ。カイならお姉ちゃんもダメだなんて絶対言わないだろうし。
Akiho's basically talking to herself at this point. Living with the Sinomiya sisters? I heard that Misani has a pretty nice place, and since there will be no cost for us, it's a pretty attractive idea. But more important than that is how painful it is to watch Akiho right now.
アキちゃん必死すぎ。まるでさ、ミサ姉に必死でご機嫌伺いしてるみたいだ。
そんなことは。
そもそもミサ姉にはちゃんとその話取ってるわけ？電話では話してない。
それはこれから。
Akiho avoids making eye contact with me.
相変わらず連絡取れないんだね。
忙しいだろうし、今東京は大変だから。
She's been making this same exact excuse for over 6 years. The two of them haven't spoken in over 6 damn years. And Akiho loves the hell out of her big sister, so the problem is on Misani's end.
全部読んでいるわよ。秋のメールもね。
Why won't Misani talk to her own sister? I've never really thought too hard about it until now. Has Misani gotten herself involved with something shady? Exoskeleton Company already smells fishy. And according to Frau's intel, her boss is connected to the Tavistock Institute. But I can't bring myself to reveal any of these concerns to Akiho. As of right now, they're just my own delusions. I don't want to unnecessarily worry Akiho. At the very least, until I get my hands on some definitive info, I intend on keeping this to myself. Oblivious to my thoughts, Akiho suddenly leans over the observatory's fence. She points at the sky.
落ちてきたよ。
With the twilight winter sky as its backdrop, a small black stain slowly falls to the ground.
今日4個目。
We've already found 3 monopoles just from doing a loop around the park. These things just keep falling. I guess the antenna on top of the tower is still functioning.
雪ですよ。雪やこんこん、雪やこん。
Irie is unusually excited.
やっぱり冬ですもんね。雪も降りますよね。アイリ、何言ってるの？雪なんてちっとも降ってないけど。もっと降ってほしいですね。できれば積もるくらいがいいです。アキホは雪を見たことがないんですか？遅れちゃってますね。
Akiho then grins and whips out her trusty glasses. Here comes another quote from him.
アイリー、うちのことを誰だと思っているのだ？もちろん雪くらい見たことあるよ。っていうか、屋久島に行けばすぐ見られるしね。この辺りで一番手っ取り早く雪を見る方法はですね、なんと隣の屋久島に行くことなんですよ。うん、だからそう言ったけど。まずいよカイ。もうすぐモノポールが墜落する。急いで回収に行かないと落ちた場所がわからなくなっちゃう。
Akiho cuts off her conversation with Irie, picks up the bug net sitting on a nearby bench, and races off.
そんなに走ると発作が出ちゃうよ。
We usually leave the bug net on the second floor of the old local hall building. A monopole fresh out of the sky will zap you if you touch it barehanded, so we use the net. It's a little life hack. As I watch Akiho dash away with net in hand,
昭和のわんぱく坊主だね。
I can't help myself. I'm in no rush to chase after her. Instead, I stay put and raise my phone droid up to my face. Irie is looking up at the sky. She has a welcoming smile on her face.
何がそんなに嬉しいわ
お兄ちゃん、雪が。
け？降ってないって。
Irie's expression goes blank as she turns toward me, and after tilting her head
明
sideways,
日、鹿児島県種子島、屋久島地方のお天気は曇りでしょう。降水確率は 30%、最高気温15度、最低気温。
why the weather forecast? Is she seeing things? Even though she's an AI? That's crazy. I park the car in the rear parking lot and walk back around to the front. The cool thing about the Hug is that cars don't have to be modified. I can drive like any non-handicapped person. Though I'm usually stuck watching the store, so I don't get to drive much. In all honesty, I sometimes forget that my legs are disabled thanks to the Hug. But because this thing has become a part of my body, I can immediately notice subtle discomforts. This is probably because I use it on a daily basis. Even a Hug engineer wouldn't know the difference. There's a slight grinding feeling when I walk, as if a small amount of sand got stuck in the gears. I've been feeling this since the day before yesterday, and once I noticed it, it became impossible to ignore. I've been going to the beach once every 2 days, so I'm betting that's the cause. I probably shouldn't hang around the beach too often. I look up at the sky, pretending to glare at God I don't believe in. The sun is hidden by a layer of dark clouds.
よ
なんだ、ミッチーじゃないか。今日は学校休みじゃないのかい？
教師ってのは何かと忙しくてな。今日も京都で休日出勤さ。これ豆知識な。あとついでにイレをクリスマスパーティーに誘いに。
I can't help but scoff at his choice of words.
何がクリスマスパーティーだよ。単なる飲みの誘いだろ。
そうとも言うな。ははは。
母さん、戻ったよ。
Mom was watching the place while I was gone, so I let her know I'm home. She says she hasn't had lunch yet, so I immediately take over and send her to the back of the store. I want to prevent her from coming into contact with Michi as much as possible. She's been trying to hook me and him up since the dawn of time. What's she thinking? I sit on my usual seat and take a small breather. 2 cans of coffee appear next to the register.
一本はイレに。
ありがとう。気が利くじゃないか。ミッチーの分際で。
After receiving payment for the drinks, I open the can he bought me. The warm, sweet coffee seeps into my body.
で、クリスマスに飲み？またいつものメンツかい？
ああ、今回は5人くらいじゃねえか。
Ever since Michi and I came back to the island, we periodically get together with our old high school pals. They're never huge gatherings since only about 10 of us still live here.
あんたも寂しいね。一緒に過ごす女の子とかいないわけ？
その言葉、そっくり返すぜ。
言うようになったじゃないか。
I shoot him a fierce glare, and he smiles and breaks eye contact.
怖っ。
I chug the rest of the coffee. This place is empty even during lunch. But, hey, that's how it always
で、
is.
ヤジオはどうだ？
おお、あんた少しは教師らしくなったんだね。生徒の心配するなんて。
顧問ってのもあるし、教頭から普段の生活態度を見とけって言われてるんでね。あ、これ内緒な。
I lower my shoulders and send him a sign of acknowledgement. People really tend to spill the beans during casual conversations like this. Probably because I'm just a simple girl running a simple little store.
学校じゃ問題児だよ。ヤシオと瀬宮妹は。この時期に進路が決まってねえのはあの二人だけだ。
ロボ部が忙しいんだろ。わからないのはカイだ。なんだってこんな時にいきなりサーフィンやりたいなんて言ってきたんだか。あんた何か知ってる？
知るわけねえって。むしろ俺が聞きたいぐらいだ。
Useless. And yet he still calls himself their advisor.
イエは理由も聞かずに教えてんのか。
正直なところ、なんか嫌な予感がするからさ。私もあまり教えたくはないのさ。
Sticking my nose into someone else's trouble will come back to bite me in the ass. Plus, when I'm with Kai nowadays, I sense that girl's presence. It makes me uncomfortable.
その割には熱心に指導してるみたいじゃねえの。また情熱が戻ってきたか？俺は結構嬉しかったんだぜ。事故以来、お前はサーフィンから離れちまったからよ。また海に通うようになるなんて全く予想してなかった。
別に大してこだわりはないよ。
During college, I got into a motorcycle accident. My legs have been busted ever since. That's all there is to it. I can't surf with these legs, so I naturally distanced myself from the ocean. I mean, yeah, at first I was so depressed that I wanted to die, but with time, I came to accept what happened.
カイのおかげで自分の高校時代を思い出したのは確かだけどね。毎日のように海に通ってたあの頃の自分の若さってのさ。
But it's not like I find any of that nostalgic. Surfing was fun, but it was just a hobby of mine. For other reasons, I've decided to close the lid on those memories and pretend they never happened. And yet that girl keeps appearing in front of me.
あんたさっき熱心に指導してるって言ったろ。そう見えるならそれはただの買いかぶりだよ。私はただイラついてるのさ。
It's as if she sees right through me. It's like she's telling me that I'm trying to run away from being the bad guy by pretending I saw nothing. I was going to put a lid on all of this and carry it to my grave without ever telling anyone what happened. 9 years ago, on the final night of summer, the night when the H-2A rocket launched. Whenever I see that girl, I can't help but remember. It's not like I was deeply involved in any of the accidents on that day. The most exciting thing about that day on the island was the rocket launch. It was an event us islanders enjoyed once every 6 months, like a ritual. It was held at night that day, oddly. The previous year there was a launch that occurred at 2 a.m., but not too many saw it because of how late it was. So an evening launch was a first for a lot of us. I was a high school first year. My friends and I, Michi included, went to go see it at Hase Park. I recall being fascinated by the rocket's beam of light cutting through the night sky, but at the same time, that was when the MF Anemone incident occurred. Of course, I had no idea at the time. I found out about the incident after coming home from watching the rocket launch. I had heard from my friend Misa that Aki and Kai, who were visiting Kagoshima for a field trip, were on board. I knew Aki and Kai through Misa. Concerned, I tried to contact her, but it went right to her inbox. With no other choice, I headed to Nishi no Omote Harbor on my own. By the time I arrived, the harbor was filled with people and noise. The ship had already docked, and the passengers who were involved were reuniting with their families in relief. All of the passengers, including the kids, looked emaciated, but they could walk on their own and seemed stable. But no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find Kai or Aki. I didn't see Misa or their families either. After wandering around for a while, the police and medical crew that were standing by suddenly started to panic. I had a bad feeling about all this. After waiting for a bit, I saw Kai and Aki get carried away on stretchers. They were unconscious. They were the only two passengers who didn't wake up that day, and nobody knew why. I was so shocked that I couldn't even call out to them. All I could do was watch from afar. Right as they were being loaded in onto the ambulance, Misa arrived on her scooter. Misa was usually calm and collected, but she was freaking out. She clung to the pair, calling out their names.
アキ、カイ、ごめんね。ごめん。
Misa just kept apologizing to them over and over again. For some reason, she chose not to ride with them in the ambulance. She just watched as the ambulance drove off. I approached her, wanting to try and comfort her as best as I could. And that's when I realized something dreadful had happened to Misa. I still remember seeing her there, to this day. It was as if she had just ran through the woods. She was covered in dirt. The hem of her skirt was torn. But above all else, her clothes. Her clothes were covered in dark red stains. They looked like blood. It was then that I made eye contact with her, and Misa. After gazing at me desperately, Misa collapsed on the spot without saying a word. It was the first and last time I ever saw Misa looking so weak, and so I promised myself that I would never do something as insensitive as ask her what happened that night. I put all those questions in a box, sealed it up, and decided to never open it. I just held Misa tightly in my arms. And because I never asked about it, Misa never talked about it. She continued to cry, keeping her voice down. It was a week later when I heard that the body of Hold the fucking phone. Are you saying Misa Ni killed Ko Kimijima? Are you saying Misa Ni? I mean, it's been no secret that Ko Kimijima was murdered, but are you saying Misa Ni did it? The actual fuck? About 9 years have passed since then. I've always been afraid of that girl, the AI personality that Ko Kimijima created, an unknown existence that can talk just like any human. She must have been watching. I don't care what happened. I've sealed it all away. It would be easy to put it all together, but I didn't care what the truth was, for better or for worse. I decided to stick by Misa's side, but I'm scared that girl, Irie, might one day tell someone what she saw. I had never planned on ever seeing that girl again, and it would be great if she vanished. That would be the best outcome. But when I think about how she's been hanging around Kai, I can't see her with my naked eyes, but I can feel her roaming around him, judging me. I can't hear her voice directly, but when I hear Kai and her talking from afar, I get so scared that makes me want to scream. That's why it pisses me off. But according to Kai, I just have to wait until Christmas Eve. On that day, the ghost of my past might finally vanish, and then I'll never have to suffer her penetrating gaze ever again. I let several waves pass by. I watch my timing. If I take off at the best timing, the wave will carry the board for me. That's what Mizuka-san told me. That said, a newbie like me can't discern a good wave from a bad one. I'm just sitting here and waiting because I can't find the right timing. But if I sit here forever, the sun's eventually going to set, and I won't be able to ride any waves at all. I started early this morning, and it's past noon now. It's already the 22nd of December. There isn't much time left. The day before yesterday, Frau got back to me with the results of her inquiry to Happiness for You.
幸せ 4U はアーリタのこと、私が勝手に仕掛けた違法改造プログラムだと思い込んだらしいよ。削除しないと訴えるぞとか言われて悪す。まあ創設者が10年も前にこっそり作ったよくわからんアプリなわけで、向こうも公式には認められんでしょ。条項これで消える可能性はさらに高まったけん、向こうがパイリタンに利用価値を見出してこっそり使っていこうと思うなら話は別だけど、そもそも幸せ 4U に300人委員会の息がかかってるっぽい。だって10年前まで小さなベンチャー企業だったのに、今じゃ世界中のポケコンに医療がフリーインスパされてて莫大な利益を生んでるっしょ。
Insta, internet slang, abbreviated way to say install.
近いうちにフィリップエレクトロニクスが買収するかもって話もあるし。はい、出た。ここで出た。フィリップエレクトロニクス。あとはわかるな。だから300人委員会の白状を告発しようとしてた君島公は幸せ 4U にとっては会社を設立した人間であると同時に敵でもあるわけで、そいつが作った AI プログラムなんて目の上の単価でしかないでしょ。条項当然メンテをいいことも消しにかかってくるはず。
I drift atop the waves and reflect upon the meaning of Frau's words. IRUO enters large-scale maintenance on the 24th. It starts the moment the clock hits midnight. There's a high chance that Irie will disappear, yet here I am, still struggling to ride a single wave. I only have a day and a half left. It'll be impossible to activate all the triggers up through report number 7. That's why I have to at least get report number 6 by tomorrow. How could I look Irie in the eyes if I don't? I can't just sit around forever. I need to settle this today. The problem is that no matter how small the wave is, standing and bouncing on the board is really hard. I always lose my balance right after standing up, causing me to fall into and swallow lots of seawater. I've lost count of how many times I've wiped out. I'm pretty sure I'm in the hundreds now. Look, I'm giving it my all, okay? But I still haven't been able to ride a wave for 3 seconds or more. The Kimijima report trigger condition is that I have to ride a wave for 3 seconds or longer. I thought it would be easy at first, but I was entirely wrong. My lack of motor reflexes is hitting me like a ton of bricks. I'm ranked number 2 in the world at Kill Ballad, and yet I can't even stand on a board for 3 seconds. If only I could surf like I play a fighting game. It would be so much easier to imagine my own success. Wait a second. Maybe I can. The wave is my enemy, my opponent in battle. Me and the wave, a legit 1 vs 1 match. My chances of winning are something like 1 to 9 right now, maybe closer to 0 to 10. This is my final chance. Let's end this. From a sitting position, I switch to lying face down on the board and start paddling. Round 1. Fight. I paddle in the direction the waves are heading. In KB, paddling would be like using advancing and backstep vernier thrust to gauge the distance to my opponent. I do that to lure them into whipping an attack after entering my range. If they have an opening, I strike. Alright, here comes a wave. I start paddling even harder with my arms and legs. The board begins to advance as the wave pushes it from behind. Don't worry about their range. What's important is mine. There's no point to any of this if my attack doesn't land, after all. My body inclines with the board. The enemy is putting the pressure on me. They're using a strong attack. No, more like a medium attack. The opening is small, but the power is low too. Are they using something like a jab or a poke to test the distance between us? Naive, too naive. Don't underestimate me. I can react to any move within 8 frames, damn it. I immediately go into a counter-like weak attack. I stand up on the board. Up until now, this is where I would whiff on connecting my combo. I would lose my balance and fall over every time. But not today. I'm going to make this combo connect. Each time I start losing balance, I input the precise commands. I don't give the enemy a chance to counter. Connect the whole combo, Kaido. Stage 2. I bend my left knee to keep balance. Water splashes against my face. I advance and slide along the glimmering ocean surface. Stage 3. I spread both arms out to keep balance. I'm speeding up. I can feel the wind against my body, and it smells like seawater. I'm actually moving forward. Stage 4. I lower my waist. I feel like an idiot for clinging to the ocean surface all that time, flapping my arms and legs. The water's resistance vanishes. It's like I've been freed from gravity itself. Stage 5. I go to brace my legs to solidify my balance, but the sole of my foot slips. I'm suddenly thrown into the ocean. I can't tell up from down or left from right, so I relax my body for a moment. I've experienced this many times, so my body knows how to deal with falling into the ocean now. I let my body loosen up and calmly check the direction of the ocean surface. Struggling now only causes more panic, making things much, much worse. After seeing the sunlight reflecting off of the surface, I kick at the water and break through the thin layer above. My face emerges and I take a fresh breath of air. I glance over at the beach and see Mizuka-san waving her arms widely. She seems to be shouting something, but I can't hear her too well. Either way, time to head back for now. Mizuka-san flashes me one of her rare, kind smiles. Has hell frozen over?
目標達成だね。どうだった？
はい
I did it?
もしかして俺3秒以上波乗りできてた？
多分5秒ぐらいはいけてたはずだよ。ストップウォッチで測ったわけじゃないから正確じゃないけどね。
いや、ボードの上で倒れないようにって必死ですごく集中できてた。
なんだ 感想はそれだけ？
I think a little. I recall the vista that stretched out before me in the moment.
浮いてるみたいだった。あと風を感じた。気持ちよかったよ。
Mizuka-san nods her head like she's satisfied and pats me on the head.
上出来だ。
She never compliments me for anything. To be honest, just this alone is enough to make me feel pretty happy. Not that I plan on continuing to surf. It's just too much for someone as unathletic as I am. Plus, it's cold. More importantly, the trigger. If that activated the trigger, I can finally start looking for report number 6. The issue is that the judge, little Irie, has been bugging out as of late. I gotta check with her and make sure. I hurry over to my bag and take out my phone droid. I boot up IRUO and look around. I spot Irie standing nearby, spacing out. Crap, crap. Please tell me she was actually watching.
愛梨ちゃんさ、今の俺の勇姿見ててくれたわけ？
小学生の頃、愛梨はかけっこでいつも2番でした。
What's she talking about?
万年2位と言われていたぐらいです。と言ってもですね、愛梨のいた小学校は愛梨と同学年の人は他に1人だけだったんですよ。つまり実は2位と言ってもそんなにすごくないんです。
My elementary school was the same deal. There are more elementary schools than junior or high schools here. That means that each school has a small number of students per class. When I was a little dude, Akiho was the only other kid in the same grade. Each elementary school probably has about 10 students a pop.
ってなんで愛梨ちゃんが小学生の頃はどうとか話してるわけ？ AI でしょ？
明日の天気予報をお伝えします。
Another bug? This is going nowhere, so I try tapping Irie's forehead to switch her to Keiji knee.
なでなでしないでください。くすぐったり。
そういうリアクションしないでくんない？なんだか虚しくなるじゃん。
As I figured, she won't switch over. I wonder if I can check with her while she's Irie.
君島レポートナンバー6のフラグ回収状況を確認したいんだけど。
はい、愛梨がやります。
Irie raises her hands and thinks to herself.
はい、君島レポートナンバー6のフラグ回収状況です。10
フラグ4も達成済みになってるんだね。
はい、なってますよ。これで全部のフラグを回収したことになります。そんなわけでレポートナンバー6の AR アノテーションは可視化されました。急いで探しましょう。雪が降りますから。
雪？
Iry's been going on about snow for a while now. Is it because it's winter, or is she just bugging out?
はい。
Mizuka-san calls out to me, not with her warm smile from earlier, but with her usual bitter look.
いつまで独り言言ってるつもりだい？撤収するなら体とボードを洗いな。
ああ、はいはい。水香さん、いろいろ協力してくれて助かったよ。おかげで目標は達成できたし、ありがとう。
In response, Mizuka-san turns to me with a harsh expression on her face.
あんまり妙なことに首突っ込むんじゃないよ。取り返しがつかないことになる前に聞くことを覚えな。一人で抱え込むなんてもってのほかだ。でないと戻れなくなる。サーフィンでもカレントってのは怖いんだ。あっという間に沖までさらわれる。
Current, surfer lingo for the flow of the tide. The strong currents are called rip currents, which is what they usually mean when discussing currents.
水香さん。
What's with her? It's like she's hinting that she knows what I'm up to. Yeah, I told her about the Kimijima reports a while back, but I never gave her specifics. Does she know something that I don't? And then there's the way she reacts to Ivy. I know she's been Misani's friend since forever, but even still, I feel like she knows more than she's letting on.
水香さん。
話は聞かないよ。
She quickly interrupts me.
さっさと後片付けだ。水を取ってくるからボードを回収しな。
Mizuka-san barks her order at me and turns away. Wasn't she the one who just told me not to shoulder things alone? And now she's refusing to talk to me. Or at least that's what it feels like. After I finish surfing, I drop by the old airport where Frau and Juna are shooting mocap footage. Day 2 building at TNSC, making progress. Doc came to help. He's eating lunch, a cute handmade bento. I made that. Kashi kashi. Kashi kashi. Then it must taste good. Lucky. Cashews?
そこ肘曲げすぎ。そんな角度にはロボは曲がらん剣について。
あ、ごめん。でもこのポーズだけはきちんと再現しないと頑張れるっぽく見えないと。
The two of them are watching the gun barrel anime on a phone droid while talking things over. They appear to be thinking about how to reproduce Gun Barrel's signature pose. Model 2's number of joints prevented from matching the show 1-to-1, so they're trying to simplify it. Oh, and by the way, Akiho decided on 2 performances for Model 2. The first one is Gunbarrel's signature pose, as seen in the anime. The second is Juna's thing, a karate kata.
Extreme
They
elements.
still haven't decided
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
on the exact details of that one. As soon as assembly is finished, these performances will be programmed into the robot.
キルバラで使ったガンバレルのポリゴンモデルをちょっと改造したんだ。スカスカガンバレルの関節数とか可動域とかのデータを打ち込んでどんな動きができるか忠実に再現したっつうか。
Slender gun barrel? I'm guessing she means Model 2. I suppose without its armor, it kinda looks slender.
そう、それを RGB カメラとで連動させて可動域より無理ぽな動きをしたらアラームで知らせてくれる。
私が2号機さんにはできない動きをするとブーってなるんです。
それでスカスカガンバレルでも再現できるレベルにまで動きをシンプルに落とし込むんだ。
That's pretty handy.
ところでヤシオ先輩、さっきから気になってたわけだが、髪がしっとりと濡れてるではありませぬか。
ああ、サーフィンしてきた後だから。
なんという色す。濡れた髪とかたまらんすぐる。実にけしからん。空手先輩もそう思わん。
私はよくわかんないから頭冷やすために走ってくる。
Juna's face goes bright red as she suddenly dashes off toward the runway.
ジュンちゃんってほんと走り込むのが好きだよね。
I watch Juna's back get smaller and force out a smile.
煩悩にまみれていく空手先輩。はあはあ。だが走り込んでも頭は冷やせないと思われ。
コナちゃんさ、ジュンちゃんは仮にも先輩なんだからあんまりからかわないように。あと、俺をエロ目線で見るのやめるよ。
だが断る。先輩がその気になってくれるまで私は妄想を続けるをキリ。まあ妄想の対象である本人にそのことを言うなんて不敵にはタブーなんですけどね。ルールに押し付けとかかっこ悪い。だから私は全力で行く。
She's the type who won't stop giggling if you try and complain at her. So I decide not to pursue the topic any further, opting to ask her what I originally intended to.
コナちゃんに聞きたいことがある。君島レポートナンバー6の場所はどこにあるか、なんとなくわからないかな。
I pull up the map app on my phone droid. Number 6 triggers were at Nagahama Coast, Cosmo Resort, and the Masuda Tracking and Communication Center. I activated the trigger at Nagahama Coast, but no location was specified, so I doubt it mattered where I did it. Which means...
コスモリゾートとマスダ通信所はどっちもマスダにある。
The Masuda district is a small community. It's where Juna's house and karate dojo are located. It's on the Pacific side of central Tanegashima.
だからこの辺のどこかにあるんじゃないかなと思うんだけど。
これまでの5つのレポートの傾向と対策プリーズ。
Trends and steps. I always left that to Geijini, so I never thought it through for myself. I start naming off the places where I found reports so far. Frau thinks to herself for a bit, then promptly gives up.
そもそも島生まれじゃない私に聞くとかおかしくね。こういうのは地元民の方がよっぽど詳しいだろう。情報。
そり りゃそうなんだけどさ。
何の話？
Juna returns from her run, a layer of sweat on her forehead. I guess I'll run and buy her too.
えっと
Juna stares at the map for a while, then timidly opens her mouth.
これまでにレポートを見つけた場所ってどこも有名な場所って感じ。
有名な場所？
つまりその観光マップにもちゃんと名前が載るようなそういう場所かなって。あ、ごめん、やっぱり今の忘れて。全然見当違いのこと言ってるよね。
いや、悪くないと思う。
その発想はなかった。
確かにサトウキビ畑のど真ん中とか誰かの家の庭とかに隠されていたことは一度もなかった。
だったら話は簡単じゃねえ。増田付近で観光マップに書いてありそうな場所でファイナルアンサー。
FA, Internet slang short for final answer, used to confirm if what you said is the last answer, originated from a popular trivia show where a player could win $1 million.
増田の近くだと増田通信所とコスモリゾート。
でもそこはフラグ回収で立ち寄った場所だしな。
あ、そっか。
But I guess I could check them again today. We managed to narrow down the candidates to 7 spots total. If I don't find it at any of these spots, I'll have to expand the search area. Time is not on my side.
ありがとう。おかげで助かったよ。
ワンリターン、明日で本当に消える。
Frau says sadly.
絶対おかしいよ。
いや、そう予想したのがモナちゃんでしょうか。
そうでしたね、さあさでもアイリタンともうお話できないなんて寂しすぎだろ、上皇。というかむしろアイリタンをめでつつもゲジネートの腐った会話をガンガンしたいわけだが。
腐った会話がどんなものか興味はないけど、ゲージネーはバグのせいで最近出てきてないよ。
あ、そういえばアキホちゃんがクリスマスパーティーをやろうって言ってたよ。アイリちゃんも一緒にって。
クリスマスパーティーだと。なんというリア充イベント。爆発しろ。
そのパーティーいつやるって？
さあ、でもクリスマスパーティーは24日か25日にやるのが普通じゃないかな。みんなでプレゼントを用意し合おうって。
ヤシオ先輩、今すぐアイリタンに聞くべき。アイリタンはクリスマスプレゼントに何が欲しいか。
それを聞く意味ってあるわけ
？She's supposed to disappear the moment it becomes the 24th after all. But maybe that's all the more reason to ask. Either way, it wouldn't be right to say no, so I obediently call out Irene.
クリスマスプレゼントですか？
薄い本なら私たくさん持ってるからいくらでも譲ってあげられるを。何でも言ってもらって OK。 キリ。
コナちゃんやめなって。
アイリは雪が欲しいです。クリスマスイブに雪が降ってほしいなって思うんですよ。
なんだと？
また雪か。
天候は 私たちじゃどうにも。
愛梨ちゃんさ、なんでそんなに雪にこだわってるわけ？しかもそれを言い出したのもつい最近だよね。
違います。ずっと待ち焦がれているんです。不治の病だって言われた日からずっと毎年のように。イブがホワイトクリスマスになりますようにって待ち焦がれているんです。
愛梨ちゃん？
This is weird. I know I'm wrong about this, but Irie felt really human just now. That smile was too human. Making a lonesome smile requires a complex mix of emotions. There's no way an AI program could express that. And what does she mean by incurable illness and every year? Did her creator really give her such a meaningless background story? Or maybe, just maybe, the entire time you thought she was an AI, she actually seriously was a ghost. Oh my! I forgot to tell you yesterday, but you should blow dry your hair. You'll catch a cold. Who cares? Sorry. Today will be a midsummer day. The high will be 4 degrees Celsius. Current attendance for day 1 is about 300,000. 3 years ago, the sacred place was expanded and it became chaotic. About 30% travel from overseas. TBH, the people from the countryside have intense eyes. Played 30 minutes, 5-1, heading out. How did you live through that battlefield? The next day. Today's a holiday, so we've got the day off. I set out bright and early in the morning. Yesterday was a busy one. I checked the Cosmo Resort and the Masuda Tracking and Communication Center for the AR annotation, but no luck. I have until midnight. Because it's possible that Irie disappears when the date changes. That's my deadline. If I don't somehow find report number 6 before then, I'm screwed. And worst case scenario, I'll have to give up on report number 7 completely.
今日の天気予報は晴れでしょう。降水確率は 0% です。寒いのであったかくして出かけましょう。
Irie faces the wrong direction even though she's seemingly talking to me. Yesterday. No, not just yesterday. Lately, I've stopped trying to think about Irie's words and actions. If Irie somehow survives past tomorrow, I'll handle it. But it's probably just a bug. Or at least, that's what I keep telling myself. Even if I stick my neck into all this, I won't be able to get answers within the day. The Kimijima report takes priority now. I've narrowed the search down to 5 locations. I should do the rounds. This is Otatsu Mitatsu Rocks. Could the Kimijima report be here? I don't get why we go to school on the 24th and 25th. I could focus on production if we had those days off. I was on the winner's side because I had a group ticket from helping Mama's group. Mama's group was by the wall once. I was the sales girl. All I did was help prepare, then lined up in the major companies with Mama. 24th and 25th should disappear in a vortex. Winter break is crunch time. If we don't work hard now, we won't make it to the expo. Can't be all jolly just 'cause it's Christmas. Everyone, please, calm down. But I would like to do a small Christ Mass party with the members of the Robot Club. I don't know how many times all 5 of us will be gathered together. Let's have a cake as a pre-party for a gun build to completion. At my house, we have a custom that every Christ Mass we celebrate with cream-covered Okinawan donuts. It's probably from the Okinawan blood in us. You traitor, how could you betray me? What? Christ Mass Eve? If this is the case, I'm gonna make Umi Sho Senpai put on 4 eyes and wear a Santa outfit, but when he takes the outfit off, he is naked with a ribbon wrapped around his neck. Then he'll say, we are the Christ Mass present. I want to fantasize that, so I need him to be summoned. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Good idea. Brakes are needed. Sounds good. Next time, treat just me. It would be nice if it lasted until tomorrow. Otatsu Matatsu rocks. Danger, do not climb. I guess there's special rocks over there with a gate or something on it. Oh, there it is. I sees it. Kimijima. There we go. We found it. I breathe a sigh of relief. I managed to get it in time. There happens to be a rest bench in front of me, so I sit down and take a look at the report. The idea of promoting false images like they're real using media has become outdated. In the 21st century, propaganda cements an idea by extending imagination to reality. Slowly but surely, they will destroy our ability to recognize reality. The Committee of 300 call it the weapon of silence. In less than 20 years, the tanks and missiles style of warfare will come to an end. Nukes will be antiques. Wars will start somewhere no one notices. A one-side massacre will happen without getting noticed, and it will end without anyone finding out. It will quietly infest each person's heart, corrupt it, violate it, and eventually kill it. That is the way of the weapon of silence. It directly controls a person more than their own will. It is far beyond the level of propaganda and can easily take away a person's dignity. It is scientifically possible to show an imaginary thing that doesn't exist to the human eye. Victor Condoria University already has created technology called VR, Visual Rebuilding, and has gotten officially approved as proprietary technology. A human brain structures its will from a neural pulse, an electrical signal. Therefore, if you send an artificial neural pulse from the nervous optics to the brain, you can expand imagination into reality. This technology is an evolved version of AR and can drastically change the level of everyday life if used in a peaceful way. Of course, such a hope is already gone. The research is already at the point where you are able to control a large amount of people's will by showing a hallucination through VR technology. And of course, it is no other than the Tavistock Institute pushing it. is the Committee of 300's Human Race Project number 86, Project Noah. Nozomi Technology, after gaining technological help from Tavistock, executed an indiscriminate experiment in Shibuya, Tokyo. That's not all. It is common knowledge that artificial earthquakes are made in that city. There isn't a single person that questions the obviously unusual earthquakes. Have you ever thought it was unusual? If you haven't, you are also getting your thoughts controlled by Tavistock, a group of people who lost their identity, a strong electromagnetic weapon that can cause earthquakes, and solar disturbance occurring during the extreme solar activity season. When all the situations line up, that will ring the bell to end the world. Project Adam will be executed. The few that are in power will completely massacre the innocent and make some of them livestock. The chances will come 3 times in 2015, 2019, and 2020. Be aware, though it may be too late. 3:29:10. I thank you for reading up to here. You who are reading this private message must either be very patient, super curious, or have a great heart for justice. But be careful. If they find out you are reading this, you may be in danger too. The reports were written secretly, hidden from the assassins of the Committee of 300. When you are reading this, I am most likely gone from the world, but this fearful plan must be stopped. Given that, I have a favor to ask. If you believe in me, I want you to find the seventh report. The seventh report itself is a key, and when it gets released, it is said to spread the other 6 reports through IRUO to people all over the world. And yes, of course, you will not be traced. Currently in 2010, I am writing this report, IRUO is still a prototype. I am asking this hoping that in 5 years, or even 9 to 10 years, people all over the world will be using it. I will think positively that if you read this report, then my predictions were right. This is counter-propaganda, flipping over Tavistock. In this high-speed information society, information gets spread instantly. Once spread, it cannot be stopped, unless you hide a tree in the forest like Tavistock. Now make a decision. I leave everything to you. If you believe that these conclusions are true, get the seventh report. If you do not, dispose of it. I pray there will be someone that reads up to here. I appreciate whoever has read up to here. Thank you. I am praying that the world hasn't been corrupted by the conspiracy. Say hi to Irie for me.
相変わらず内容は難しすぎて頭が痛くなるな。
But there does seem to be a more personal message at the end. I guess Ko Kimijima wants to use IRUO to scatter his reports around the world. I suppose that's his way of warning the planet, his way of beating Tavistock at their own game. It's possible that IRUO was created just to spread this information. If true, talk about some 4D chess. Ko Kimijima's plan worked out big time. IRUO currently has over 1 billion users worldwide. But if I spread this, what guarantee is there that I'll be safe? Ko Kimijima was murdered, and Frau's mom was. Isn't this too dangerous? This is too heavy a burden for me.
まあ、でもだったらなんでここまでムキになって集めたんだって感じなんだけどさ。
I can recognize that it's dangerous. The reports have predicted nothing but the truth so far. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's more like a prophecy. That's why the mention of spreading it worldwide is so terrifying.
愛理ちゃん、君島レポートナンバー7のフラグについて一応教えてよ。
ナンバー7のフラグをお伝えします。 君島レポートナンバー1からナンバー6までのすべてのレポートを開放している。以上です。
フラグはなし？
みたいです。
It initially strikes me as too good to be true, and it
ちょっと
is.
待ってよ。だったらもうすでにそのフラグは回収されてるわけで可視化されてるんだよね。レポートナンバー7がどこにあるかのヒントは一切ないわけ。
みたいです。
Okay, what if all the other reports are the locations for the report? I mean, that's the only trigger, right? So what if all the other reports are the triangulation location?
勘弁してよ。
I want to cradle my head. Worst case scenario, I'll have to expand my search radius to the northern tip of the island, where I haven't gone yet. If Kokimijima wants his reports spread across the world, why did he have to make it so difficult? I'll have to use Juno's method to narrow things down. It's gotta be somewhere on a sightseeing map. But if we're talking spots all across Tanegashima, this is gonna suck. It's possible that the 2020 solar disturbance arrives before I find report number 7. Good grief, what am I going to do? Then Irie speaks to me.
お家に帰りたいんですけど。
は？
愛梨の誕生日は明日なので、ちょっとお家に帰りたいなって思いました。ダメですか？
Is she acting weird again because of the bugs?
っていうか、愛梨ちゃんって誕生日が設定されてるの？
設定というか、愛梨が初めて目覚めた日がクリスマスイブなんですよ。
Maybe that's why she's so fixated on the idea of a white Christ Mass.
でもですね、これまでドアがお家の近くになかったので、ちっとも帰れなかったんです。だから帰りましょう。
ちなみにそのお家ってどこにあるって設定なわけ？
設定じゃなくてちゃんとあります。愛梨とマスターが暮らしていたお家ですから。
Master?
もしかして君島公が住んでた家なの？
そうですよ。他にも愛梨のお家はあり。
Irie abruptly freezes. Her expression locks in place, as if time itself has frozen.
そうですよ。他には愛梨のお家はどこにもありませんから。
She immediately starts moving again. Seeing her like this hurts. It's too painful to watch.
じゃあ俺も付き合うよ。っていうか俺が連れてってあげないと愛梨ちゃんは家に帰れないわけでしょ？
はい。お兄ちゃんがいてくれてよかったです。
If she's potentially going to vanish in half a day, I might as well stick with her until the end. I also have to look into how I'm going to get my hands on report number 7. Irie's guidance is a total mess. I was speeding along on my scooter when she told me that I was going too fast. So now we have to go on foot. I have no idea how far I'm going or in what direction. All I can do is follow Irie as she skips along leisurely. Irie is just an AR being, so she doesn't get tired no matter how far she walks. But I have an actual body. I can only walk so much. Plus, I've been pushing my scooter this whole time, so it's twice as tiring. We start at Otatsu Metatsu Rocks. Irie heads towards the mountains, the direction of the new airport, then heads down Road 76 toward Nishi no Omoteshi. It's a long and steep hill road. Walking up, then slowly descending gets me pretty exhausted. Midway, we come upon an unpaved mountain road. Entangle. Entangly? TBH, shouldn't it be fried chicken for Christmas? SMH? But there aren't any stores on the island. Oh well, Christmas is cancelled. To tell the truth, twice a month they traveled from Kagoshima to sell it here, but due to the solar disturbance in August they have been holding it off. May this feeling never disappear. Normies should explode. Taking a walk is fun. I hope I can get home. Is Ko Kimijima's house really past here? I can't trust Irie because she's bugging out. That said, she shows no hesitation in her step. It's been nearly 2 hours of walking now. If the punchline after all this is I took the wrong road, I might actually die.
種子島屋久島地方の今日夜のお天気は晴れでしょう。
And that is half of the CGs. We have gotten the 50% mark. Amazing.
降水確率は 0% です。明日のお天気は晴れでしょう。降水確率は 0%。最高気温10度、最低気温8度です。
Irie innocently repeats the weather forecast out loud. I've heard it a grand total of 10 times since we started walking. Hell, I even have it memorized now. That's right, clear weather tonight through tomorrow, with a 0% chance of precipitation. Doesn't look like it'll be snowing. No matter how many times you check the weather, it won't suddenly turn from a clear day to a snowy one. And even if it did somehow snow tomorrow, making it a white Christmas, Irie would never be able to see it herself.
到着しました。
After walking along an awful mountain road, we finally come across some ruins. The house stands alone in the woods, likely abandoned some 10 years ago. I guess the forest is reclaiming it. The surrounding area is covered in trees and weeds, making it hard to even reach the entrance. The windows are broken, and there are plants and vines growing all over the walls.
こりゃ完全に廃墟だね。
With Ko Kimijima dead, there was probably nobody left to maintain the place.
それにしてもこんな山奥に一人で住んでたわけ。まるで仙人だな。ちなみに愛梨ちゃん、君島公が殺された場所ってここだったりする？
違いますよ。
I'm relieved to hear that. I honestly don't have the guts to step foot into a place where a person was killed. I wonder if Irie witnessed it.
で、ここに帰ってきて何をするつもり？
消えるまでここで過ごそうと思います。
そう。
I figured she was acting strange because of a bug, but it looks like she has some awareness that today might be her last. She's seemingly more and more human. If this is a part of her programming, Ko Kimijima really was brilliant.
で、ちょっと待った。消えるまでここにいるなら俺も付き合わなくちゃいけないじゃないか。
はい、一緒に天気予報をチェックしましょう。
マジか。
It doesn't even take 10 minutes to check the weather report for every region of Japan. IRUO maintenance starts at midnight. We have over half a day left. Is she legit telling me to stick around on this stupidly cold winter day?
俺のポケコンにダウンロードした君島レポートさ、どれか一つでもここに置いていけば、愛梨ちゃんはずっとここにいられるでしょ？
あ、それでもいいです。
じゃあ
I figured I would stick the AR annotation here and get going, but Irie's spacing out, standing around in the overgrown weeds. Lately I see her like this a lot. The expression she's making while staring up at the sky through the tiny gap in the trees, like she's praying. I don't really understand why, but she looks like she could start crying at any moment.
まったくそもそも女の子の見た目をしてるってのも卑怯だよね。
Ko Kimijima knew exactly what he was doing. Goddamn lolicon. Well, it may be cold, but the time will fly by if I play Kill Ballad. Though I'm pretty sure it's going to be creepy at night. Whatever, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. More importantly, I should peek inside while it's still bright out. I bet you are lonely. Let me show you a dream. I'll make it so you can freely walk around as if it's your backyard. A weather controlling machine. That actually might be too hard. Good night, Sleeping Beauty. You might be able to escape pain, but you may lose your happiness too. You are still young. Why the hell if I know? If I had to say, I guess I want to know a little more about Ko Kimijima's nature as a person. It's pretty messy in here. How do houses become so unlivable after just a few years? If you keep the windows shut tight, shouldn't things stay clean?
ちょっとした謎だよね。
Wait, isn't this the same room as the one in that picture from Gun Barrel's last episode? Let me take a few pics. I turn and look all the way around. The room is about 8 tatami mats in size. It honestly feels nothing like the average living room of a house. If anything, it's sort of like a hospital room, or maybe an isolation cell in a nice prison. That's the conclusion I've come to, considering there's barely any furniture in the room. Not so comfy. The bed is a cheap and plain pipe bed, and there are medicine bottles strewn across the floor. Did Ko Kimijima really live here? I can't even imagine what kind of life he lived.
マスターは仕事以外の時はいつもベッドの上から動きませんでした。
Irie says cheerfully as she comes strolling into the room.
ベッドの上でご飯を食べて、愛梨とお話しして、本を読んで、そのうち寝ました。
部屋の中なのに認識できるわけ？
この家は特別です。愛梨の生まれた場所なので。あ、と言っても、愛梨の目にはこの家は9年前と変わらず綺麗なままなんですけど、今はどんな風になっていますか？
廃墟になってる。ボロボロだよ。
そうなんですね。
Irie seems saddened by this revelation.
君のマスターは仕事もここでしてたわけ？
はい、そうです。ずっとこの家にこもっていました。
食事ぐらいは買いに出てたんじゃないの？
食事は愛梨が持ってきていました。
いや、無理でしょ。
無理ですか？
だって愛梨ちゃんは実体がないじゃないか。
でも愛梨が持ってきていたんですよ。あと愛梨が生まれてからはたまに美咲も持ってきてくれました。
ミサ姉が？
I had heard that Misani and Irie were pals, and I know that Misani and Ko Kimijima had some level of friendship between them. but I still don't know the details of that relationship.
ミサ姉と君島公ってどんな話してたんだっけ？
I've asked this question before, but there's no harm in checking again.
美咲は愛梨とたくさんお話ししました。マスターはおしゃべりはあんまり好きじゃなかったです。マスターと美咲はたまにしか話しませんでした。
The same answer as before.
部屋は他にあるのかな？
This is a combined bedroom and living room. There's a door further in. Past it is a kitchen and bathroom. There's something else curious about the house. There's a square cover of some sort attached to the dirty floor. It has a handle, so I try grabbing it and lifting it. I thought it might be an underground storage space, but it's not. Instead, there's a set of stairs leading into a dark abyss.
地下室？
Considering he didn't even try to hide it, it must be a storage basement.
下はマスターの仕事場です。
Irie explains as she peers at the stairs leading underground.
仕事場が地下にあったわけ？かなり暗いけど。
窓も何もないです。電気はつきますよ。
Who knows if they work now, though?
その方が集中できるってマスターは言ってました。
His workspace. The genius Ko Kimijima, developer of IRUO, creator of Irie, author of the Kimijima reports. This is where he worked.
君島レポートナンバー7の隠し場所について手がかりがあったりしないかな？
さあ、
I'm not expecting much. Ko Kimijima was murdered. It's only natural to think that his killers came here and scoured through his basement. If he was the type to slip up and leave a hint, the reports would have been buried by the committee's assassins by now. But hey, I might as well check just in case. I've got time to kill. Plus, I might learn something about who Ko Kimijima was as a person.
愛梨ちゃんついてこられる？
はい、いけますよ。
Considering how bugged out she is, she's doing pretty okay right now. Riding that momentum, I steel myself and slide my body through the square hole. I use my phone droid as a flashlight while descending the stairs. I quickly reach the bottom. I hold up my phone droid for light. Right in front of me, there's a door.
これって。
I remember this. No, not quite. I don't remember this. To be more accurate, I recall seeing a door that looked very much like this before. That's right, on the first floor of the local hall in Uchugaoka Park. The electronic lock is the same too, which means I try inputting the password. I still remember it clear as day. Hidden hand.
開いた。
Could another one of those suspicious machines be inside?
愛梨ちゃん、この中入ったことある？
はい、ありますよ。愛梨がいるんです。
Her words go in one ear and right out the other. Not that it ultimately mattered. The moment I open the door, I immediately recognize what's in front of me. There's something in the center of the room. It's slightly tilted and about 2 meters in length. It looks like a coffin, but I quickly confirm that's not the case. It's too mechanical after all. Plus, I can hear a low humming coming from it, kinda like an animal's growl. This has gotta be some kind of electronic device. But despite understanding that from a rational perspective, my actual feelings say otherwise. Yet for some reason, when I discover a button on the surface of the coffin, I can't help but reach out to it. The cover of the coffin slowly slides away. Revealed is a glass window, through which I can see the face of a young girl. There can't be a person in here. I refuse to accept that reality. It can't be. That's why my brain keeps desperately telling me that this is just a coffin. But it's impossible. No matter how much I try to fool myself, it's not working. And even if this was a coffin, hell, especially if it's a coffin, there's no way it would be left in the basement of a ruined building like this. Either way, this room is far from ordinary. Calm down. Take deep breaths. Don't panic. It's just like the room in the local hall. I've experienced a weird situation like this before. I can get through it again. Believe in yourself. I keep repeating to myself over and over again. I once more shift my gaze to the coffin and the girl sleeping inside of it. I can't determine whether she's sleeping or dead, and I can't explain why. For a moment, I thought she was Irie. There's no color to her face. She's paler than porcelain, but her eyes are shut with a tranquil expression on her face. She has not a scratch on her. If anything, she's actually quite beautiful. It's easy to imagine her opening her eyes and being a proper, lovely young lady. Before I realize it, I have goosebumps all over my body. I'm shivering from the cold. It's not from my confusion. Well, maybe part of it is. But this room is cold, like really cold. It's almost as if cold air is seeping in through the floor. I'm dressed warmly, and it's still bugging me. This isn't natural. This room is being artificially cooled. There's electricity in this room, just like the one in the local hall. So, who's been fronting the bill? I already know the answer to that question. It's obviously Taiyo Development, the same folks who bought the local hall and pay for its bill.
これはなんだよ。
The basement is filled with more oddness than even the local hall's room. The coffin-like device is connected to what seems to be a giant control unit. There's an old desk and pipe chair, but there's nothing on said desk. However, there is the trace of something that used to be there. Did Ko Kimijima dispose of it himself?
アイリー、これは何なんだ。
I call out to her. My eyes dart around, looking for the AR girl.
アイリー
I can't find her even though she was right behind me a moment ago. I point my phone droid every which way, desperately looking for a sign of Irie. I see something drift past my screen. Irie had slipped past my side. She leans against the coffin. Then she rubs her cheek against it affectionately.
久々に会えました。
何お
What is she saying?
あのさ、説明してくれると嬉しいんだけど。本当、いちいちこっちの想像の斜め上を行かれると困るっていうか。説明してくれ。頼むから。
I can't move. This coffin, it's too terrifying. I'm at a loss. All I can do is seek an answer from Irie. As for her reply,
この子は愛理ですよ。
Irie says her own name like it's the most obvious thing in the world. She then
雪
adds,
船愛理。
I'll never get well. That's what I was told. My illness isn't life-threatening, but it'll torment me for life. That's what the doctors told me. After I was diagnosed, I couldn't go to school anymore. I spent every day of my life in my room. It was easy enough to convince myself that I couldn't do anything about the pain. But it was too much to watch my illness torment Mom and Dad. I felt guilty. I just wanted to disappear. The only real enjoyment I had was watching the next day's weather forecast, watching and believing that maybe this would be the year I would witness a miracle, a white Christmas Eve. Maybe, just maybe, if it could snow on Christmas Eve, eventually my incurable illness could be cured. That's why I would endlessly check the weather forecast all day long, and then I would sigh to myself. Ko Kimijima was a strange man who had recently moved close. I say close, but he lived about a kilometer into the forest. At first, all we would do was exchange a word or two when Kimijima-san walked past my house. But somehow, Kimijima-san learned of my illness and gave me a wonderful present one day. It was the alpha version of IRUO, an app that he was developing at the time. I felt like I was traveling all over the world. I still remember how much fun I had getting to see that wonderful app. After that, on days when I felt okay, I would often go and visit Kimijima-san's house. Kimijima-san didn't take good care of himself, so sometimes he wouldn't eat for days if I left him alone, which is why I would always bring him food when I came by. While he ate, we would talk about all kinds of things. Kimijima-san was what you could call an inventor. He said he had created all kinds of things. I don't know if he was telling the truth, but he even said he might be able to build a time machine.
だったらこの島でクリスマスイブに雪を降らせることはできますか？
When I tried asking, I recall a troubled smile crossing Kimijima-san's face.
天候制御装置か。さすがにそれはちょっと難しいかもしれないな。
A time machine sure seems like it would be more difficult. When I said that to him, he simply laughed and said I might be right. I had never left Tanegashima. When I told him that I wanted to try traveling around the world, Kimijima-san created a model that looked just like me, then put it into IRUO. I could see myself walking down the streets of faraway foreign lands. Seeing myself in the world of IRUO helped me forget reality. I was so happy, but it was just an illusion. In reality, I would never be cured of my illness. It was so painful. It also tormented my parents, who had to care for me 24 hours a day. I felt so guilty that eventually I wanted to die. Yet, despite all this, we somehow just barely managed to function as a family. But such a tightly drawn string can snap at even the slightest thing. A strange thing happened around October of that year. Dad stopped coming home. He disappeared from the island altogether. It didn't take long for everything else to collapse. Mom had to care for me alone, but she was never a particularly strong person. About a month after Dad disappeared, under too much pressure, Mom tried to strangle me. I could clearly feel her intent to kill me. While I was scared, I also thought it would be okay to die if that would free Mom. But in the end, she released her hands from my neck and started crying and apologizing. I wished from the bottom of my heart. I wished that I would just disappear, to be gone from that place and free Mom from the curse that was me. And then I saw the weekly weather forecast. It would be a bright and sunny on Christmas Eve. It was then that I gave up, convinced that miracles didn't exist. I headed straight for Kimijima-san's house and asked him to erase me from the world. I know it was wrong to ask him for that, but Kimijima-san was the only other person I could rely on. If he could invent anything, maybe he could make something that would grant my wish. And when he heard that, Kimijima-san began to cry.
アイリー、君の願いを叶える方法を僕は知ってる。その方法を知ってるけど、でもそれはとても危険なことなんだ。それに、ある意味その方法に頼ることは逃避でもあるんだよ。今生きているこの瞬間から逃げることになってしまうんだ。君はまだ若い。これから辛いことは続くかもしれないけど、楽しいことだっていっぱいあるに違いないんだ。僕がこれから提示する方法は辛さから逃れられるかもしれないけど、楽しみも失ってしまうかもしれないよ。それにね、何よりも残されたお母さんはきっと君がいなくなったらとても悲しむだろう。だからアイリー、そんな寂しいことを僕に言わないでほしい。
Even then, I just wanted to free Mom from the burden that was me. She sacrificed 14 years of her life to take care of my frail body. I wanted to finally give her relief. Shortly after our conversation, Kimijima-san led me to his basement. There was something resembling a coffin in the room.
君はこれから何十年も眠り続けることになるだろう。
Kimijima-san gently
目が
explains.
覚めたら、そこはお母さんがいない世界だ。君の病気を治せることができるようになっている時代なんだよ。君は今の君の年齢のまま目覚めることになる。もしかしたら僕ももういなくなってるかもしれない。ずっと未来へと君は時をかけるんだ。眠っている間、寂しいだろうから君に夢を見せてあげよう。イルオの中をまるで庭のように自由に歩き回れるようにしておくね。今はまだあまりイルオの世界は広くはないけど、正式サービスが始まればきっと劇的に広がる。雪が降っているのを見るのは難しいかもしれないけど、それはいつか君が再び目覚めて病気が治った時のお楽しみにとっておけばいい。おやすみ、眠り姫。いい夢を。
おやすみなさい。ありがとう。
Thank you, Kimijima-san, for listening to the wish of someone like me. I hope Kimijima-san is still there when I wake up, even if he's become an old man. And with that, my whole world was engulfed in white. I take one step back, then another. With each step, I kick some dust into the air. The surface of the device that Irie is pretending to rub her cheek against is also coated in dust. As for my candid thoughts following Irie's explanation, it's like something straight out of some manga.
いわゆるコールドスリープ装置と呼ばれているものだそうですよ。
Irie makes it sound like she's completely unrelated. I try goggling it.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends." Hydrate.
Apparently, said device chills the human body to a low temperature, slowing cell activity and preserving the body. By doing so, as long as the device is operational, one won't age for decades or even centuries. It's a method of extending the human lifespan far past its limits. You see it a lot in space movies. It's been said that the technology to make it real already exists, but nobody has tried to make it happen. Why not? Because there's no guarantee that the thawing process is safe. That makes sense. It would also explain why nobody's attempted it.
じゃあさ、この装置の中に本物の愛梨ちゃんは死んでないってことでいいわけ？
はい、限りなく死んでいるのに近い状態ではありますけど、蘇生できるはずです。
Should be. At a loss, I sit down on the pipe chair nearby.
まさか愛梨ちゃんにオリジナルがいたとはね。愛梨ちゃんってさ、オリジナルの方がコールドスリープする前の経験は情報としてインプットされてるわけ？いや、最近の意味不明な言動はそれが表に出てたのかなって思ったんだけど。
Saying things about bringing food to Kokimijima, for example. Or Irie saying she saw herself.
そもそも君さ、オリジナルの愛梨ちゃんがコールドスリープに至るまでの出来事をどうしてそこまで詳しく知ってるわけ？
愛梨は愛梨ですから。
That's not an answer. With that, I give up on her giving me any clarification. I doubt A.R. Irie came up with this story on her own. She's only a program. Even if she fabricated a story, that would be the programmer's will, not A.R. Irie's will. Which means it's possible that Ko Kimijima programmed her like this. Irie Yukifune's sincere wish to be put into cold sleep. Her feelings. He accurately traced them, and then he installed them into A.R. Irie, though I have no idea why he would do that.
どうしたらいいのやら。
Was finding this machine a good or a bad thing? I'm currently sitting in the basement of an abandoned house, deep in the forest. With Ko Kimijima dead, I doubt anybody's been here in over 9 years. And in this very basement sleeps a young girl. Who knows when she'll wake up? But one thing is for sure, she's alive. So, now that I've found her, what should I do? I can't just leave Sleeping Beauty here and run off. But I have no means of waking her up either. And with Ko Kimijima dead, this house is owned by someone else. Even if they've never come to visit it, they're paying the bill. This house and cold sleep device belongs to them. I would be causing problems if I just fiddled with this thing without their permission. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. That's why I'm at a loss.
そもそも愛梨ちゃんの話が本当だったとして、雪船愛梨の母親は今どこでどうしてるの？
If Irie Yukifune entered cold sleep without telling her mom, she would be treated as a missing person. Did her mother not go to the police? If she did, Ko Kimijima would have been the first person that came up as a suspect, and then they would have found this room. Not that I have the slightest clue as to whether putting someone into cold sleep is a crime or not. While Irie Yukifune entered by her own will, she's a minor. She doesn't have the ability to consent legally. That would put Ko Kimijima in a bad place, and if her mom agreed to continue the cold sleep, she would have been moved. She would be at a proper medical faculty. Instead, she's been left in the basement of this abandoned house for 9 years, without any proper maintenance.
マスターは
And her mom agreed. If she didn't, she wouldn't have left her daughter on ice for 9 years.
その母親は今どこに？
わかりません。
わからないだって。
マスターが事実を伝えてからおよそ5ヶ月後に島を出たところまでは把握してるんですよ。でもその後の足取りは追っていないので。
娘を置いて島を出た。
After being freed from her daughter, did she decide to run away like the dad? I don't want to think this way, but the same lady did try to choke her own daughter to death. With my meager imagination, I can't find a reason why she would leave the island and not come back even
こ
once.
の家の現在の所有者は？
そういう難しいことは愛理には聞かないでほしいです。ゲジ姉なら知ってると思います。
I flicked my finger against her forehead in response to her absurd suggestion, considering the situation.
やっぱりゲジ姉には変わらないじゃないか。
This bug is bad news. I can't even ask the questions I want to ask.
オリジナル愛理の不治の病って何だったっけ？
It's been nearly 9 years since she entered cold sleep, so it's possible that we have a treatment for it now. Somehow the name of the illness itself is being blocked, maybe out of consideration for the trauma it caused. It's not like my knowing its name would fix things. Alright, Kaido, calm down and think. Gun Build 2 pre-prep is finished. Going all in. Shang. If I make the wrong choice here, there may be no turning back. Even the ever-present aurora that eerily stains the entire night sky is barely visible due to the red lights. It's already late into the night when I look out the window from the backseat of the police car. Workers continue to go in and out of the ruins that were once Ko Kimijima's house. In the end, after a lot of thinking, I decided to report the whole story to the police. In fact, up until a moment ago, I was being questioned in the back of this police car. It took forever. The cold sleep device can't just be removed. If they carelessly cut the power, they risk killing Airi Yukifune. Even then, I just couldn't leave her be. I asked the police to prioritize Airi Yukifune's well-being and to thaw her out in a proper faculty somewhere. Although I have no idea if they'll listen to my request, I was just the first person to discover her. The police officer who questioned me, Miya Masu-san, said that they understood. I'll trust them for now. I considered telling them about the Kimijima reports, but they seemed busy enough as it is, so I kept quiet. And then eventually I was let go. I'll leave the rest to the police. If nothing else, this is better than if I were to try and handle things myself. I probably shouldn't dig any deeper into this. I might talk to Airi like she's my pal, but she's not Airi Yukifune. We're total strangers who have never met before. This isn't my business. No one would benefit from me poking my nose where I don't belong. If she continues her long sleep, we'll probably never speak to one another. And if she does wake up, I have nothing to offer her, no way of filling the 9-year void in her heart. As a person who found her, this is all I can do for her. Miya Masu-san offered to drive me home, but I have my scooter, so I refused. Also, according to the clock, it's almost 11 at night. I only have an hour until A.R. Irie vanishes. I call home to tell them that I'm taking a bit of a detour, then hop onto my scooter. It's 10 minutes till midnight by the time I reach Uchugaoka Park. Still not home? The lights were off in your room. I'm glad I made it in time. I figured I should see her off here if possible. I never thought I had such a sentimental side to me. I'm sure that's the reason why I've been so fixated on this park since I was a kid. Well, I guess you could call me a weak romanticist in a way. There's nobody in the park. Not surprising given the hour, but the silence is almost painful to the ears. During the summer, the whole place would be filled with the sounds of insects, but there's barely any noise now. This sort of silence might be why winter evenings always seem so lonely.
愛理ちゃんいる
I came all the way here on my scooter. Did she manage to follow along? I whip out my phone droid and look for her. There she is, right next to me. She's looking up at the night sky again, almost like she's praying. Up in the sky. We can see the stars. We can see the aurora. Is it just me, or is it more active than usual?
鹿児島県種子島屋久島地方、明日の天気予報をお伝えします。
As always, Irie starts indifferently reading the weather forecast aloud.
明日は晴れでしょう。降水確率は 0% です。
Then Irie looks at me. She smiles sadly.
明日は晴れですね。今日の夜も晴れです。雪は降らないみたいです。
そりゃ残念だったね
ちょっとだけ期待したんですけど。
Even if it happened to snow, Irie wouldn't be able to see it with her own eyes. But I don't think that matters. A white Christmas Eve on Tanegashima. That miracle in and of itself is what's important to her.
やっぱりもっとちゃんとお願いしておくべきでした。
誰に
マスターに。マスターなら何でもできます。何でも作っちゃうんです。雪を降らせる装置だってきっと。
A cold sleep device and a weather control device. I'm sure they're both complicated in their own ways. I hear they have machines that artificially create snow for ski resorts up north, but it's not the same thing. Plus, it would cost a fortune to ship one of those to Tanegashima.
でも愛梨はとってもいい夢が見られました。最初は美咲がお話し相手になってくれましたし、それからしばらくはずっと一人ぼっちでしたけど、お兄ちゃんに会えてまたいろいろお話できたので嬉しかったです。できることならもう一度美咲に会いたかったんですけど、愛梨を置いていったままちっとも戻ってこないので、愛梨はおかんまりです。
あそうっていうかさそういうこれが最後みたいな感じで話すのやめてくれない？愛梨ちゃんは消えない可能性だってまだ残ってるでしょ。
そうですね。でも雪は降らないので奇跡は起こらないと思います。
I didn't expect her to be such a realist right now, but maybe it's because she spent so much time longing for something out of her reach.
愛梨ちゃんってこの島から出たことないの？
ありますよ。
あるの？でも愛梨ちゃんが窓として使ってる君島レポートってこの島にしかないんでしょ？
はい、この島からは出られません。
Our conversation isn't matching up again. I'll just chalk it up to her bugging out.
だったら あと2ヶ月ぐらい待てば俺がお台場に連れてってあげたのに。
お台場、東京ですね。
The Kimijima reports have been downloaded to my phone droid, so Irie can appear wherever I go.
例えば他に行ってみたい場所とかある？
気象庁、
なんだって？
気象庁に行きたいです。天気予報の現場を見てみたいんです。
そんなに天気予報が好きだったんだ。
はい、眺めてるだけで楽しいですから。好きなお天気お姉さんは吉住です。
He's not a girl, he's an old dude. Are the bugs messing with her again? Plus, didn't he retire ages ago?
世界中に天気予報はあるでしょ。あるところでは猛暑で、同じ瞬間に別のところでは大雪が降っているんです。アイリは雨が降ったり雪が降ったりするのを見られないので、そういう天候の変化を天気予報を通して知るんです。そのデータを分析すると、そこに実際に行ったような気分になります。
That's probably what she meant when she said she had left the island. Irie's been traveling across the world this whole time, in her own way.
お兄ちゃん、お兄ちゃん。
Irie gets a little excited and starts making something of a fuss.
なに？君のオリジナルのことが心配？
いいえ、心配はしていないです。おまわりさんはしっかりしてますから。
じゃあ何？
メリークリスマスイーブ。
That's impossible. I shouldn't be able to hear her voice. IRUO was supposed to go into maintenance at midnight on the 24th. I checked my watch. It's 01 a.m. on the 24th. A minute past the planned time. Yet both IRUO and Irie are perfectly functional, as usual.
遅れてるのかな？
ゲジネーならすぐに情報を集めてくれますよ。
Irie then merely thrust her forehead toward me.
ゲージネーに変われるようになったわけ？
As of late, I've had zero luck with this. I give it a shot and tap on Irie's forehead.
くすぐったい。
やっぱりダメじゃないの。
I'm an idiot for getting my hopes up.
お兄ちゃんはいつもアイリのおでこをさすりますね。ほっぺたとか顎とか口とかを触ってもいいのに、どうしていつもおでこなんですか？おでこが好きなんですか？
一番タップしやすいからだよ。
それだけだとしたらあんまり面白い答えじゃないです。アイリはおでこをなでなでされるのは好きなので、くすぐったくても我慢しています。
あんまり我慢できてるようには見えないけどね。
But that's not important right now. The date's changed over, but maintenance hasn't started. Has it been delayed? On Twippo, Frau is writing about how IRUO maintenance has been delayed by an hour. I head to Happiness for You's official site, only to find that they've indeed announced a 1-hour delay. Frau's info is accurate.
1時間か。
I have some unexpected free time.
ホワイトクリスマスイブにキスをすると恋が実るって吉住が前に言ってました。
She sure does like Yoshizumi. Also, wow, despite his age, he was quite the romantic.
どうせなら愛梨はおでこにチュッてされるのがいいです。
相手は
ちょうどタイミングよく目の前にお兄ちゃんが。
それってつまり誰でもいいってことじゃないか。
And how exactly would I go about kissing an AR Irie?
そもそも雪が降ってないから恋は実らないね。
お兄ちゃんは恋をしていますか？
さあ、どうだろ
はぐらかすのはずるいです。
う。そういう愛梨ちゃんはどうなの？
愛梨はしていないです。そういうプログラムは存在しないので。でも女の子なのでそういうのに興味はあります。
She is?
ずいぶんおませだね。
降ったらしてください。
え？
奇跡が起きたらその記念にキスしてくださいね。約束です。
Once again, Irie looks up at the sky like she's searching for something.
待ってるんだね。雪が降るの。
Even though she knows it's impossible, even with the painful reality of a 0% chance staring her back in the eyes, she can't help but long for it. That's what the expression on her face tells me. The kiss isn't what matters. She's just waiting for it to snow. Even though she knows she could vanish in an hour, this AI continues to pray for but one thing. This Irie truly seems like she's alive. It's a fact that Ko Kimijima created her so that the Irie Yukifune could walk around while she slept, so she could dream. However, at the end of the day, a dream is nothing but a dream. My phone droid begins to ring. Given how quiet it is in the park, the sound startles me.
コナちゃんか。こんな時間に何？
今年のクリスマス中止のお知らせ。
アホなこと言うためだけに電話してきたなら切るけど。
待てよ。雪を降らせてみませんか？
どういうこと？
フラウタンが一晩でやってくれました。実際はメンテ開始が遅れたおかげでギリ間に合ったんですけどね。医療専用のアプリを自分で作ってみた。ヤシオ先輩も落として使ってみればいいんじゃね。きっとはかどるぞ。じゃあアーリタンによる。
The end.
どうしたんですか？
さあね。コナちゃんが得体の知れないものを送りつけてくれたみたい。
In the email from Frau is an address. I download the app located there and install it to IRUO. I have no idea what to expect from this. It's only after I reboot IRUO that the app does its thing, and before my very eyes, something slowly floats to the ground, reflecting the lights of the aurora off of its surface. It's white and soft.
雪。
She's right. It's snow. It's not actually falling in reality, but it wouldn't matter if it fell in reality because Irie couldn't see it. The sky is as clear as it was moments before. The perfectly visible aurora is proof that there are no clouds in the sky from which the snow falls, and yet it's undeniably snowing. Through the screen of my phone droid, within the 7-inch LED monitor of my phone droid, powdery snow falls on Tanegashima on Christmas Eve. The snow is just an illusion, but to Irie's eyes, I'm sure she can see it more clearly than the real thing.
雪ですよ、お兄ちゃん。アイリにも見えてます。白くてふわふわ。
Irie looks up at the sky and raises her hands like she's trying to catch the snow while spinning in place.
今日の天気予報は外れでした。
Excitedly and happily, an innocent smile forms on her face.
改めて今夜の天気予報をお伝えします。種子島、屋久島地方は
She spins, just like a child, like someone of her age would.
晴れのち雪でしょう。
That's not a forecast. That's what's currently happening. I'll have to give Frau a pat on the back later. There's only a little time left before Irie potentially disappears. This is, considering what she just did, you should just let her lick your collarbone just once, just for this. Just give her that extra reward. This was, yeah. She should enjoy this moment as much as possible. I'll stick with her until the very end. We've still got a full hour to go. I suppose I can kill some time playing Kill Ballad.
お兄ちゃん。
ん
On the monitor, Irie timidly walks over to me. For some reason, her cheeks are a little red.
さっき約束しましたよね。
約束？
Wait,
キスしろって？
はい。おでこにしますか？ほっぺ？それとも唇？アイリの第一希望はおでこです。
本気で言ってるの？
お兄ちゃんは約束破るんですか？せっかく雪は降ったのに。
でもどうしろっていうわけ？愛梨ちゃんは実体がないじゃないか。
それはえっと
Irie tilts her head. I guess she didn't consider that. I mean, I guess if she really wants a kiss, there is a way I can kinda sorta fake it. Just like how I tap her on the forehead. But if someone sees me, I would never recover from it. This is crossing the line as an actual human. Granted, a pervert like Frau would probably be totally okay with it. Irie's still pondering. Instead of thinking of something so inconsequential, she should be enjoying the snow. But you know what? The two of us have been partners for 4 months now, and yet I've never really been able to give her anything. I suppose I could suck it up just this once and keep my promise. Thank goodness it's so late. There's pretty much no chance of someone seeing me at this hour.
愛梨ちゃん。
はい。
そのまま目を閉じるんだ。
どうしてですか？
Come on, don't ask me that.
約束を守るためだよ。
はい。
Irie obediently closes her eyes. I hold my phone droid up and take a step forward. Irie's face draws near. Another step. Her face is so close that it basically fills the entire screen. When push comes to shove, this is crazy embarrassing. I'm sure this is someone's kink. I just want to flee from the scene. This is about as embarrassing as when I win a KD match after turning in an awful performance. Plus, Irie looks pretty young, so it even kind of feels like I'm committing a crime.
ちゃん
Irie whispers, her eyes still closed. She's waiting for me to act. Her whispered words are the push I need. The go, no-go decision is a go. I aim for Irie's forehead and gently kiss her through the monitor.
お兄ちゃん
I release my lips from the monitor. The LCD screen was cold. I wipe my lips. I can't even look at Irie directly. What am I doing with this AI? Seriously. Tears fall from Irie's bashful eyes. Why?
お兄ちゃん愛梨は今なんで泣いているんでしょう悲しいわけじゃないのに不思議ですきっとこれもバグですねそれともマスターが間違えて変なプログラムを組み込んじゃったんでしょうかだとしたらそんなうっかりさんなマスターとこのバグを出現させたお兄ちゃんにありがとう愛梨のこの気持ちはきっと愛梨にも届くと思います
And then, 40 minutes later, both Irie and the snow quietly vanish. Only the aurora remains in the sky, continuing to give the color to the darkness of the night. An imposing alarm bell rings throughout the faculty. If you are interested in thin books, I have a friend in Tokyo who can get them for you. A regular attendee at Komima each year. I only know them online, but I heard they are friends with Dash. Username Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. The time has come. It's winter break. Get hyped. Played an hour. 10-0. A crazy hyped club press came to pick me up.
敵襲だよ総員戦闘配備カートルーパー前期は準備が整い次第発進して
これはひどい
It's really embarrassing when Akiho gets like this with adults present. She's like an elementary school boy or something. I don't want to get lumped in with her, so I stay quiet. Everyone else appears to feel similarly. Akiho finds herself totally alone, causing her to deflate. It goes without saying that the alarm has zero to do with an enemy attack. It just means the ceiling crane is moving. Right now, said crane is sliding back and forth, moving the motor hanging from it to the top of Model 2. Without me even realizing it, the bottom half of the Model 2 is basically finished. We're attaching the waste parts now. These parts have two motors installed into them, making up the legs joints. By installing these, the two legs will finally be connected.
やっぱりあのクレーンがあると組み立てるスピードが全然違うな
Irie looks up at the crane and mutters to herself. JAXA technicians are operating the crane. I recall Akiho saying they said it would be too dangerous to let students operate it, so they wouldn't let her touch it. We should just be grateful that JAXA is lending us Nasan and these technicians for our little robot project.
それにしても組み立てるの早すぎじゃない？
About 2 weeks ago, I had heard that the new motor had been completed. At that point, Model 2 only existed up to its knees.
パーツ自体はもうほぼ全て完成してたから。
For the last 2 months, Akihō and Subaru have been going to the clinic day after day to make parts.
いや、1号機に比べてって話。あっちは組み立てに7年かかったんだよ。
ガンツクワンとは条件が全然違うよ。お金もなかったし、設備もなかった。歴代の先輩たちがコツコツ作ってきたけど、うちの代になってからはほとんど一人だけで組み立ててたし。
Yeah, I get it. I didn't help at all.
でもガンツク2はいろんな人に手伝ってもらってる。資金もある。優秀な仲間もいる。特にスバルがロードマップを作ってくれたから作業が止まることなく進められたんだと思う。うちだったら何を作って何を作ってないかきっと途中でわからなくなっちゃってたもん。今はね、下準備はほぼ終わってて、実質新型モーターの完成待ちだったんだ。新型モーターっておじいちゃんが作ってるもの。
せい。
I jammed 3 fingers into Juna's mouth. Maintaining that position, I look for Nasan. I'm trying to avoid her prying into this monopole business. Luckily, Nasan is a little ways off, looking up at the ceiling crane.
部活だよ、純ちゃん。
Juna taps my arm while staring at me with tearful eyes. She's clearly given up.
ひどいよ、ヤシオくん。私、男の人に、口に指を突っ込まれたのなんて初めて。
大丈夫。俺もこれまでアキちゃんにしかしたことないから。ちなみに俺がもし口を滑らせそうになったら問答無用で聖剣好きをぶちかましていい。
無理だよ。
The only ones who know about the monopoles are us, Doc, and some of the oldies from the local workshops. We decided that nobody else needed to know, especially not the JAXA folks.
まあそんなこんなでモノポールモーターじゃなかった。新型モーターも完成し始めたわけで。
What is this miserable feeling in the pit of my stomach? She's completely hopeless. Juna's sacrifice was totally for nothing. Fortunately for us, Nasan didn't hear her, so we narrowly avoided death. Akihō flashes us an embarrassed smile, then continues.
さすがに24機全部が完成ってわけじゃないけど、もう8機まではできたの。それもこれまで仮で組み込んであった側だけの偽物モーターと完走したってのが昨日までの作業。
I guess all the motors in Model 2 had been fakes.
春中さんの練習も兼ねてね。
Akihō looks up at the ceiling crane. Subaru and a veteran JAXA technician in uniform are operating the crane from above. Well, Subaru is just observing. Haru Naka-san is the JAXA technician in charge of the crane. He was apparently involved with the assembly of every H-2 rocket. He's quiet, but immensely skilled. As far as us Robot Club peeps are concerned, there's no one as reliable as he is. Plus, unlike Doc, he doesn't shout all the time. There's been no assembly work at JAXA for the last few years, so he helped with building the legs to stay fresh.
これから組み立てるのが腰の部分。これで両足が接続されて下半身完成。ちゃんと歩けるようになるよ。ソフト面はフラウボーのシステム待ちだけど。などと意味不明な供述をしており。ちゃんとやってね。フラウボーに分かってるんだからね。などと意味不明な供述をしており。大丈夫かな。
Subaru is waving both arms and shouting from above the ceiling crane.
あいつ今日はテンション高くない？
ハゲドデュフフ。
下ろしますんで固定よろしくお願いします。
わかった。ちょっと行ってくるからあとよろしくね。
Akihō runs off toward Model 2, puts on a safety helmet, then climbs the scaffolding next to the robot's legs. It's not just Akihō. Several of the technicians gather up and wait for the part to be lowered via the crane. Looks like they're going to be connecting it to the motors and the thigh joints, which leaves me, Juna, and Frau off to the side. We're sitting at a table in the corner of the dreary faculty. There's a whole shortcake here, and also all kinds of dishes that Juna put together. Fried chicken, wieners, the works. Naysan brought juice and champagne as well. Today's the 27th of December, 2 days after Christ Mass. On Akihō's orders, we'll be holding our little Christ Mass party today. Of course, Naysan and the other JAXA technicians who always help us were invited to join us. Today's the last business day of the year for the TNSC, so the timing is perfect. The party is set to start as soon as the waist part is attached. It would have been nice if Irie could have made it. On Christmas Eve, the AI girl vanished alongside the white snow. IRUO entered maintenance for an entire day, but is now back online and running without issue. As for Irie Yukifune, she ended up being transferred to a hospital in Tokyo by the police. They're going to safely thaw her out. It made the news, but it's gossip-level story. I'll likely be buried by other news in a week, then forgotten.
吉尾先輩、君島レポートその7は見つかったの？
Akihō and the others are still working, but Frau is already picking away and snacking on chicken as she asks.
いや、手がかりが全くない状態だからね。どこから探そうかって途方に暮れてるところだよ。
私もできるだけ探すのを手伝う。ただし、家の中からだがな、安楽椅子探偵的な意味で。
だったらどうせ役に立たないからいいよ。それよりさっさとロボに王毅のためにプログラム作ってやんなよ。
だったらやはりアイリタンに手伝ってもらうしか方法なくね。
アイリちゃんは消えたから無駄だよ。
医療が復旧した後、試しに呼んでみたりしたの？
いや、でもさ、目の前ではっきり消えたわけだし、それまでは俺の周囲をうろちょろしてたのにその姿もないわけだし、さすがにいないでしょ。
But until Frau brought it up just now, I hadn't even considered any of that. I didn't think to call out for Irie, but what if? A sense of hope and expectation begins to build within me. But if I expect too much, it'll make the disappointment that much more painful. Irie being around would definitely make getting report number 7 easier. Sure hope she's still around for that. And so, I hesitantly tried calling out to her. The name, her name, the name of a program that had already vanished from this world, the name of that ARAI who was altogether too human, the name of an ordinary young lady who had always longed for it to snow on Christmas Eve, a girl with no family name. I mumbled to myself and slowly looked around. Once more,
入り
in stark contrast with the people noisily working on assembling Model 2. The three of us perk up our ears in total silence, but as expected, there's no reply.
ほら見なよ。やっぱり消えたんだよ。バグとして潰されちゃったのさ。最初にそうなるって予想したのはモナちゃんじゃないか。
でも昨日私アイリタを見かけたわけだが。
え？それ本当？
Frau starts nodding.
でもだったらどうして今呼んでも出てこないんだ。
アイリは
There's a voice. Even though Frau, Juna, and myself are the only ones here, even though none of us has said anything,
いないからです。
the voice comes from my phone droid, a voice that I'm extremely familiar with. She's here. She didn't disappear. I hurry outside and point my phone droid toward the voice. There, as if she could vanish at any time. She stands with a blank expression on her face. I thought she was gone forever. But here she is, a blue icon shining on her forehead.
今ここにいるのはアイリではなく、
ゲジネなの？
はい。私にご用件がある場合は、今後ボディのいずれかの箇所へのタッチ、額へのタップ、並びに額へのキスは無用です。お分かりいただけましたか、ヤシオさん。
はいはい。もしかして覚えてるわけ？
なぜ今ゲジネーが額へのキスなどという言葉を口走ったのかは不明です。バグである可能性があるため調査中。
She doesn't seem to be teasing me.
ま、別になんだっていいさ。バグだろうとなんだろうとね。
It's possible that her memories were reset. It's possible that her memories weren't reset. It's possible that Irie is just asleep and could wake up one day. But I don't care about the details. It doesn't matter if she's gauging me or Irie on the inside. Irie has come to the Christmas party. That's all I need. I'm content enough with that.
遅くなったけど、メリークリスマスゲジネ。それとアイリちゃん。
はい。メリークリスマス、ヤシオさん。
Which do you prefer, the white one or the red one? I choose the red one. It was the first plastic model that my dad ever bought for me. That's the red one, the red Zaku's Master Grade model. Of course, Misa chose the original Gundam. I was only 5 or 6 back then. Dad was going to buy plastic robot model kits for Misa and me. But back then, I didn't know anything about the different robots there were. When Dad asked me if I wanted the white one or the red one, I said the red one on a whim. And so Misa ended up with the white one, cheerfully yelling, "Nicely done, Aki." I mean, the white one is the hero's mech, and it's more popular and cool looking, but I didn't find that out until later. To me, they were both cool. I was just grateful that Dad bought them for us at all. It's almost certainly Dad's fault that I ended up being the kindergartner that I was. Dad built the plastic models for us. He probably figured Mom would complain if he bought them for himself, so he used his kids as an excuse. He looked thrilled as he put together Misa's Gundam and my Zaku. A few months later, and us sisters have become hooked on playing with plastic models. I know, super girly, right? Most of the time, our little play sessions ended the exact same way, since Misa would enforce her own made-up rules.
プシュー赤いのは速いんだぞ。私が一番ガンバムをうまく使えるんだ。一番うまく使えるんだ。ビームブッブー、秋のはビーム使えないっていつも言ってるでしょ。ビームはガンバムだけなの。ズッキューン、はい命中。ずるい。ずるくない。そっちだって3倍早く動けるんだから。たまにはうちも勝ちたいよ。ダメ。いい秋、正義は必ず勝たなきゃいけないの。それが運命なの。覚えておきなさい。正義は必ず勝つ。かっこいい。わかったよお姉ちゃん。うち忘れない。絶対忘れない。
The way Misa proudly stood before me, white Gundam in hand, was so blindingly cool. This is how I learned about the rules of victory and the tragic beauty that was his fall. I would argue that those play sessions ultimately defined who I am today. It's where me, Misa, and the Robot Club began. So, Misa.
待っててね。あと少しで追いつけるから。
I swiftly open the curtains. The gentle sunlight of early spring illuminates my room. I look upon the many plastic models and figures that decorate my room. The Zaku and Gunbam that Dad bought for us that day are still safely stored here. Those small plastic models are where our journey began. And now our dreams have brought us to an 8-meter tall giant robot. Time to get going. Today is Gun Build 2's first test run. The sky is clear and blue. Zaku, a production model robot that comes out in Mobile Jacket Gundam. There are multiple variations like the red painted model that moves 3 times faster. The winter sunshine is refreshing. By now, the exam takers must be face first in their entrance exams at Kagoshima Uni. As for me, I ended up spending New Year's without having chosen my post-graduation career path. Post-grad unemployment is pretty much a given now. Needless to say, my parents really got on my ass about it at the end of the year. Once I go to Tokyo for the expo, maybe I should just stay there. Things will work out fine even if I don't go on to college. Nah, even I know I'm probably being naive.
カイ、何ぼーっとしてるの？
Less than a month till the expo. Everyone has to be there today. That's an order. Frau Bo too. But I refuse. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We have an emergency meeting in the morning today. I'm so hyped right now. It's finally done. They really did it in such a short amount of time. Kids these days. It's been 8 years. My dream of being the first president of the club was fulfilled in my second year after being a supervisor. I helped raise the current members. Way to go, first president. Wow, I'm going to be late to the meeting. Moving steady to expo opening. Giant 2 by Runo from France is the first one to arrive. We get to see Giant 2 in person. This is exciting. Hurry up and open the expo. It's literally a super robot war, but with no fighting. I mean, more than 10 robots are gathering in Odaiba, right? It's the first time in history. As a generation that watched robot anime, I can't keep my cool. I want to see Prince X by Toyota. Don't be all jolly. The capital
Stream
is still
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
not fully back up from the solar disturbance. We shouldn't be doing an expo right now. If we had money, it should be used for repairs. You are showing a pretty side by talking about Robot Expo and whatnot, but the number of homeless people in Tokyo is at its highest in history. How do you explain that, Mr. Governor? There are more robots recently, right? Aqua Liner is opening, but it's run by robots too, right? The number of robots are increasing, but at the same time, more robots are getting destroyed too. When I hear things like that, I picture Tokyo's peace and order getting worse. How is it doing? I live in the city, but it hasn't changed much. I feel that if it had been worse, the city would be at its end. It still has a calm look to it. There are still a lot of people out at night. Is it really okay to open the expo like this? This is an article from a little back, but I heard a little girl who was in a coma for 10 years was recently discovered. My imagination is running wild. If cryo sleep becomes common, I can marry a younger girl. Am I wrong? If you freeze a 10-year-old girl for 10 years, you get a 20-year-old lolly because her body stops growing. This is amazing. A revolution is going to happen in 3D. It's the dawn of 3D. Neidhart der Blitznell-She is preaching about dreams for an otaku, and I really agree. Legal lolly is the utopia that men should aim for. Then no one can judge you. Why would I lay my hands on my own daughter? She is my angel. I won't allow anyone to touch her. I will not allow dirty hands to touch her. My hands are dirty. What am I supposed to do with this dilemma? I can't have my relaxing bath time with my daughter. Neidhart and Dash need to keep it to themselves. If you're going to continue talking about your stupid fantasies, I will crack your heads open and stick electrodes in there. What are you doing at your age? I think it'll take some time until a cryo sleep machine would be available. The biggest risk comes when you detoast. It's defrost. Screwed up. FML. I think it's possible to cryosleep someone with recent science methods. The hard part is defrosting. You would have to do human experiments to find out what kind of results you get. I'm pretty sure if you recruit testers, there will be tons from all around the world. I think it's a technology that's really wanted, but scientists have some morals and haven't moved forward with it. It's the same as blaspheming God. But if the source is Spo East, it's 99% a made-up story. I mean, the tester was a beautiful little girl. It's not a fairy tale, you know. Impossible. QED. Akiho comes up beside me and peeks at my face. Despite being in the same hot water as I am, Madam President over here is totally cool and collected. I'm guessing she's too focused on the robot to be worried about anything else.
今日は結構あったかいなって思ってね。んで、原付は止めてきた？
今日は起動テストするからようやく回の出番だよ。よろしくね。
でも俺、完成した2号機をまだ見てないんだけど。
だったら今日これからたっぷり見ればいいよ。見た目はともかくパフォーマンスはガンツク1より圧倒的に向上してるんだから、絶対回もたぎるはずだよ。
Akiho is in a really good mood today. She's clearly confident about how Model 2 turned out.
起動テストってことはさ、例によってめんどくさいギャラリーがたくさん詰めかけてきてるわけ？
それはない。アメ社長もね、ガンツク1の時で懲りたみたいだから。今回はガンツク2がまともに動くのを確認してから島のみんなにお披露目するんだって。
She's referring to the president of Space Candy, Sumio Nakafukadashi. Akiho calls him Mr. Candy for short.
それに、こんな島の端っこまでわざわざ見に来るような人はさすがにいないよ。
We arrive at the entrance to the building to find Juna and Frau waiting for us already.
ヤシオくん、アキホちゃん、おはよう。
Juna nods her head, a troubled expression on her face. Frau's clinging to Juna's legs. She looks pale as a ghost.
モナちゃん、具合悪いの？
長深田先生の運転で酔っちゃったみたい。
Juna points to the Thunder Emperor parked near the gate. Michi's sitting in the driver's seat. The window opens so that all can hear his outrageous snores.
ゲロ吐きそう。クソ子、運転荒すぎわろだ。だから言ったじゃん。ミッチーの車で送ってもらうなんて自殺行為だって。
Frau got a taste of Michi's driving the very day she moved here. She really needs to hurry up and get a scooter license.
スバルは？あ、もう中だよ。1時間前には来てたみたい。早っ。真面目だな。感心感心。カイ、同じ男子として見習ったら？
それって俺に対する頼みなわけ？
え？
Akiho immediately recognizes what I'm getting at as the expression on her face screams, "Oh crap!"
そういうことなら、まず俺と勝負して。
もういいって。じゃあ、フラウボー、行こう。
Akiho pulls Juna and Frau inside the building.
張り合いないな。
Granted, she knows better than anyone how this goes. In that sense, she made the right choice. Actually, I wonder if Nathan is here today. I would love to get a match in if possible. Model 2 isn't at the top of my list of priorities. I'll just leave Michi to his dreams. As soon as I entered the building, I met with a blast of chilled air and a completely finished giant robot.
じゃじゃーん！これがガンツクプロジェクト試作2号機、略してガンツク2でーす。
へえ、すごいな。
It kind of feels like Model 2 just popped out of nowhere since I had so little to do with building it. That said, I have watched it get put together. Assembly of Model 2 ramped up toward the end of last year. Its appearance practically oozes with the personality of its designer, Subaru. It definitely loses out to Model 1 in terms of charm and impact. The first thing that pops out is how slim its body is. I mean, just look at its legs. There are open spaces in the shins. A complete change from Model 1's clunky legs. Plus, it generally just kind of feels robotic, if that makes any sense. It lacks any kind of decorative additions, like it was assembled with only the most necessary of parts. Basically, it looks like a robot for industrial use, not one you would see in an anime. It does have a head, but only so it can hold an omnidirectional camera and sensors. It has no face. Wait.
あのさ、頭に貼り付けられてる紙みたいなのって何？
Stuck to Model 2's rectangular head is a piece of paper with a face on it.
見たまんまだよ。あと紙じゃなくて布だから。あの顔はうちのささやかな抵抗の跡なの。
For some reason, Akiho pouts.
スバルが顔に角とか目とかつけるの認めてくれないんだもん。せめて額の星型だけでも取り付けさせてほしいって言ったんだけど、あのスターはガンバレルの象徴なんだよ。わかるでしょ？
Nope, not at all. She should really be asking someone who's familiar with Gun Barrel, not me.
でもダメって言われた。
なんか全体的に安っぽいね。
でしょ？
ロボ1号機はもっとひどかったけど。
Akiho glares at me, but I just let her eye lasers bounce right off of me.
あんな顔誰も可愛いと思わないよ。
思わないからなんです。
Subaru appears from the back room. He walks over to us and bows his head in the most half-assed way possible.
おはようございます。で、また不毛な議論を蒸し返すつもりですか？
不毛な議論って？
顔を作るか作らないかです。そんな話に丸一日も付き合わされたんです。
ああ、アキちゃんってそういうところはこだわりたがるからね。
顔はロボの命だとかなんとか散々文句を言われましたよ。実にナンセンスですね。そもそもモデルにガンバレルを使うのもやめた方がいいと言ってるくらい。
なんで？
去年夏以降のスキャンダルは多少先輩だって知ってるでしょう。今ガンバレルがどれだけ叩かれているか。
Oh, that. I'm not sure if I should talk about it in front of Frau or not. The final episode getting leaked, its contents, and the reveal that 13 staff members had died, not to mention Minami Kogori's message. The gun barrel scandal continues to be discussed the world over. Subaru's not mistaken that this is the worst possible timing to model an expo robot after Gun Barrel. But
ガンバレルは絶対に譲れない。これだけは絶対。
I knew Akiho would say that.
そもそもガンバレル以外の 3D モデル持ってないし。
ええ、その辺は全部聞きました。だからそこはしょうがないとしても、ロボの命は顔じゃありません。性能です。
それは違うよ、スバル。特に二足歩行ロボットにはね、性能以上に容姿が重要だと思う。でなきゃわざわざ無駄で効率の悪い人の形にする意味がないもん。
確かに対人コミュニケーション用としては必要ですが、それはあくまで基本システムがきちんと確立されてからの話です。だいたい設計図の段階でも顔はなかったのに、ほぼ出来上がってから急に言い出すのはどうかと思いますよ。 イルオで見ればちゃんとそこに頑張れるがいるし、顔だってあるんです。それでいいじゃないですか。
でもさ、現物に可愛さが全然足りないって思わない？ガンツクワンはね、足も太いし性能もどうしようもなかったけど、それでも可愛げはあったよ。やっぱりロボの命は顔なんだってば。ね、ジュンもそう思うよね。私
Juna is flustered at the sudden cue to speak. Way to put her on the spot.
そうかも。
そうかも。大徳先輩は部長に賛成なんですか？
私は。
Juna fidgets for a bit before decisively looking up.
私も可愛い方がいいと思う。その方が思い入れしやすいし。
Wow, not bad for an introvert, Juna. I don't think she's ever expressed her opinion to Subaru so concisely before.
フルゴーリはどうだ？
割とどうでもいい。
ヤシオ先輩は？
俺はどっちかっていうと性能かな。全一狙うためにはキャラ性能って結構重要だったりするからさ。あまりにも性能が悪すぎるキャラを選ぶのはマニアックとかチャレンジャーとかじゃなくて単なるマゾだね。
2対2、危険1ですか。決着はつかずです。結局のところこの議論は設計思想やロボットに対する捉え方に対立軸が行き着くんですよね。
いや、好みの問題じゃないの？
ですね。そういう言い方でもいいです。そしてそれは僕がロボ部に入ってから、いや入る前からずっとやり合っている話で、おそらく今ここで話しても平行線のままで終わるでしょう。
He has a point. Neither of them wants to concede.
顔の件はあれだけ話し合って決着は一度ついたんです。それで我慢してください。僕だって不本意ながらも妥協案を出したじゃないですか。
That face cloth is supposed to be compromising.
というか、あそこまで完膚なきまでに論破したのに、部長はよく証拠りもなく僕に反論できますね。少しは僕の考えについて理性的な反撃ができるんですか？できるなら聞きますが。
こんにゃらー。
なんで俺に八つ当たりするんだよ。
She messed up my hair again. Why didn't she attack Subaru? I had nothing to do with any of this.
反論はできないから起動テストを始めよう。
分かってもらえてよかったです。
いつかスバルをコテンパンに言いまかして泣かせてやるんだから。
I don't see that happening in our lifetime.
では起動テストについての注意点を僕の方から。
その前に
Juna timidly raises her hand.
まだ天王寺さんは来てないけど、始めちゃってもいいのかな。
In fact, nobody from JAXA is present.
そういえばそうだね。珍しいな。いつもなら集合時間より早めに来てるのが普通なのに。まあでも諸注意と、あと操縦方法の説明くらいはしておいても大丈夫でしょう。今日の起動テスト、主役はカイとジュンだからね。操 操縦方法ちゃんと覚えておいて。
Controls. If this were a match, they would be the most important thing to remember if I wanted to win.
では改めて説明します。オペレーター、サブオペおよび駆動システム担当者はきちんと聞いておいてください。フルゴーリ、君のことだ。ちゃんと聞いてくれ。
だが断る。
こと。
そんなわけで続きをどうぞ。
ここまではほぼ僕と部長だけが働いていたようなものですが、今日からはバトンを渡しますんで、明日以降は万博への搬送に入るまでおよそ1ヶ月、3人にたっぷりとセッティングを詰めていってもらいます。きっちり仕上げないと万博でグランプリをもらえないと思ってください。
おっす。
はいはい。
だが断る。
もうそれはいいか。
処分。
Frau lowers her shoulders. I'll just leave her be.
頑張れる試作2号機の特徴としては、
Subaru pauses for a second and quickly glances around the room.
モノポールモーター。これを使っているのが最大の特徴です。この電動式モーターを採用したことで、1号機とは比べ物にならないほどの高い運動性を実現しました。1号機と同じ感覚で操縦すると、あまりの動きの速さに驚くと思います。駆動システムについては、僕の M45 で使っていた姿勢制御ソフトをフルゴールに改造してもらいました。端的に言うと、リアルタイムでの3次元スキャニングと医療のストリートビューイング機能等を連動させた位置測定、姿勢制御機能ですね。
According to Subaru's explanation, here's the basic rundown. Model 2 has 3D scanners on its shoulders. By scanning its surroundings, the AI auto-controls the robot's posture. Not only that, but apparently it's synced up with the IRUO Street View app. The photos that users all over the world upload onto IRUO are taken with a 3D camera installed on phone droids. Basically, though it may be artificial, the IRUO Street View app is digitized in 3D. By referencing this data, Model 2 can more precisely identify the terrain.
画期的なのは、入力されたコマンドに対して AI が未来予測を行い、あらかじめオペレーターにその予測結果を提示してくれるということ。これにより、危険な動きにつながりそうな時は、事前に緊急停止する余裕が生まれるんです。大した動作はできない試作2号機においては、宝の持ち腐れかもしれませんがね。いずれにせよ、遠隔操縦のおかげで安全性はかなり上がってます。1号機よりずっと安全ですよ。
I'm legit grateful to Subaru for that. When I piloted Model 1, I thought I was going to piss my pants from the terror.
それで、この試作2号機を動かす上で必要な操作が2つあります。1つはコマンド入力。これはフルゴーリの作ったピルバラシステムを導入しました。操縦感覚はヤシオ先輩がロボアンで使った種子マシンとほぼ同じです。
種子マシンさんかいね。
Subaru completely ignores Akiho's nitpicking.
あらかじめ登録しておいたコマンドに対応した動作のみをロボ2号機は実行します。なので自由に好き勝手な動きをさせられるわけじゃありません。今のところ登録されているコマンドは基本動作が3つ、特殊動作が1つだけです。これはセッティングの段階で必要に応じて増やしていってください。ちなみにコマンドはキルバラや種子マシンよりも難易度を上げています。これは安全性を考えた結果です。これだけの大きさだと事故が起きた時に大惨事になりかねませんから、うっかり誤入力してしまうのを避ける狙いがあります。で、コマンド入力とは別に1号機にはなかった操作が2号機には必要でして、 それがあそこに置いてあるレーザ銃座です。
Sitting by the base of Model 2's foot is what looks like a missile launch pad or stationary emplacement. A circular device about 2 meters long is being supported by a pedestal. At the end of the device is a handle and a set of buttons. It's also connected to a large generator via a thick cord. What the hell is this thing?
レーザ光送電装置です。ドクの趣味のせいでこんな物騒なデザインになってしまいましたが、これを2号機のパラボラアンテナに向けて照射することで電力を送ります。今後2号機の操縦と送電についてはヤシオ先輩と大徳先輩2人のオペレーターで交互に担当してください。
As soon as he finishes speaking, Juna's expression clearly
注意
darkens.
点としては人に向けてはいけないということです。
Yeah, we heard all about the dangers of that thing when we decided on how to power Model 2. Apparently, it doesn't take much to kill someone with it. So, needless to say, neither me nor Juna want that kind of responsibility.
私そんな怖いの操作できません。
俺も人殺しちゃう威力なんでしょ。
Why would anyone in their right mind allow some uncertified high schoolers to use something like that?
ああ、その点は大丈夫。ちゃんとね、安全装置をつけてもらったの。ガンツク2のパラボラアンテナに照準が当たってる時だけレーザーが発射される仕組みになってるんだ。ちょっとでも照準が外れたら自動的にレーザーは止まっちゃうの。あと、本番ではこの銃座をもっとコンパクトで小さなものに変更する予定。お父さんの知り合いのメーカーさんにね、試作品を作ってもらってるから、もうちょっと待ってて。
That should make it harder for accidents to happen. Juna sighs. She's clearly relieved.
もちろん稼働時には JAXA の人に監督してもらうつもり。ちょっとでも危険だって判断したら止めてもらうようにお願いしてあるよ。ただレーザー光送電はね、出力がそんなにないからずっと送電し続けてないとすぐに電力切れになっちゃうの。しかもガンツク2はパフォーマンス中上下左右に動き回るでしょ。そんな状態でも正確にパラボラアンテナに狙いを定める腕が必要になる。こればっかりは練習あるのみかも。カイはそういうのゲームで慣れてそうだけど。
どうかな。
Having good aim is key to doing well in first-person shooters. But Killbound is a fighting game. The genre is different.
でもレーザー銃座の操作は俺の方が向いてるだろうね。そういうことならメインオペレーターは純ちゃんがやれば。
That way I can focus on the laser and Juna can focus on moving Model 2 around.
そんな、私はサブでいいよ。
Juna hesitantly shakes her head back and forth.
だってさっきレーザー銃座にはあからさまに拒否反応を見せてたじゃないか。
それは危険かもって思ったからで。説明聞いたら安全そうだし平気。ジュンがメインオペレーターならアメ社長も喜ぶんじゃない？
Oh yeah, that's right. He's been fond of Juna since the days of Model 1. He might even give us more money if Juna steps up to the plate as the main operator.
本当に私はサブでいいの。操縦はヤシオ君みたいに上手な人がやるべきで。
2号機はホビーロボとはわけが違います。 技術は一切求められない。誰でも操縦できるとも言えます。必要な時に必要なコマンドを入力さえすればいい。ある意味客寄せパンダです。2号機のオペレーターにはそれ以上の役割はありません。
Four Eyes, you could at least try to be a little thoughtful with how you word things. He basically just told Juna that she brings nothing to the table and can be easily replaced.
少なくともヘラヘラしていて態度だけでかい男子よりは小柄で小動物的な女子の方が観客受けはいいでしょう。
スーバル、それじゃ褒めてるのかけなしてるのかわかんないよ。せめてジュンは可愛いからメインオペレーター向きだって言ってあげればいいのに。
言えるわけないでしょ。
ごめんなさい。
Why is Juna apologizing?
とにかく私としてはヤシオくんと2人で一緒に頑張っていきたいなって。いきなりメインに抜擢されても困っちゃうっていうか。というわけでこのままサブで。
純ちゃんがそこまで言うならしょうがないか。
And so ends my master plan to push all the responsibility onto her. Juna's such an earnest girl.
じゃあこれまで通りオペレーターはメインがカイでサブがジュンね。2人とも操縦方法とレーザー銃座のコツ頑張って両方覚えることっていうか、オペレーター2人だけじゃなくて部員は全員覚えた方がいいかも。
We should avoid a situation where Model 2 doesn't work because one of us is out for the count.
すみません、お待たせしちゃって。
It's then that Naysan finally shows up. She apologetically lowers her head time and time again.
ちょっと会議が長引いちゃいました。
会議？日曜日なのに？
まあ。
Is it just me or is she trying to avoid talking about it?
それより起動テストもう始めるんですよね。春中さんもすぐ来ますからサクサクと準備しちゃいましょう。ファイト！おー！
Naysan shoots her fist into the air. She's just as excited as Akiho is today.
それじゃあ、次はフラウボンに操縦方法を説明してもらおうかな。
Frau is sitting by the wall. When called, she sluggishly rises to her feet. She looks better? Maybe.
キルバラと同じって前から何度も言ってた上皇。
それは分かってるけど、全く同じってわけじゃないでしょ。
そうは優雅な大佐。説明も何もコマンド表配ればそれで OK じゃね。はい、ヤシオ先輩。
Frau, keeping her head lowered, sneaks a small piece of paper into my hand. Why is she pretending this is some kind of secret? On the piece of paper are 5 different commands. Advance, crab walk, 90-degree turn, crouch, pose. As Subaru mentioned earlier, all the commands require at least 3 button inputs. It kind of feels like a character designed for veteran players. It'll take some practice, but as long as I get the timing down, I should be fine. A piece of cake compared to KB. The only exception is the crouch command. This one requires 2 inputs. I quickly memorize the commands and pass the list to Juna.
決めポーズっていうのが万博でやるパフォーマンス用のコマンドね。コマンドを入れることで 一連の動きをセットでやってくれるの。だいたい20秒くらいの動作だよ。
Apparently, Juna's mocap performance has already been programmed into the system.
フラウゴ、今は撃砕第一の調整中なんだっけ？
Frau nods.
一応ね、もう一つ、純の型をパフォーマンス用に取り入れる予定。それについてはフラウゴーの作業待ちなんだ。万博開催中にもモーションはどんどん増やしていこうかなって思ってる。
ちなみに指とか動かす予定は今のところありませんから。
物をつかめるようには作ってありますがね。
無駄機
今後のアップデートの余地があると思ってもらえば。
一昨日ぐらいにみんなのポケコンにキルバラシステムをダウンロードしてもらったよね。ちゃんと落とした？
The day before yesterday, Frau messaged me about it. I've already downloaded the app.
それ起動させるとスカスカ頑張れる目とつながるから。
スカスカ頑張れる。
前のは寸胴頑張れる、今回のはスカスカ頑張れるっていう。
Her naming sense leaves something to be desired.
ちなみにキルバラシステムみんなが一斉に立ち上げると同時接続可能な件。ただコントロール可能なのは最初に接続した一人だけ。コントロールを他の人に預けたいときは一度ログアウトすれば OK。 そしたら2番目に接続した人にコントロール移る。
自動検出。
イグザクトリー、その通りでございます。
Despite making endless excuses, Frau really came through for us with a powerful system. About what I would expect from our resident genius.
じゃあロボ2号機はもう動かせる？
まだです。今は天井クレーンから吊るされてる状態なので、試作2号機は自立はできないんです。ホビーロボと同じですよ。電源を入れて初めて各モーターにパワーが入るんです。そこでやっと自立できる。
When it's not powered on, it doesn't have the necessary muscle to keep itself up, just like a newborn baby. Without power, the joints in the legs can't withstand its own weight. They would be crushed. Supplying power gives the robot enough juice to keep itself standing upright. Electrical power will be supplied to the robot via laser to its parabolic antenna. Said antenna is on Model 2's back. Its back is currently against the wall, so it can't receive power. In order to power it up, the Model 2 has to be moved to the center of the building via the ceiling crane. According to Subaru's explanation, Gun Build 2 executes the crouch command automatically upon shutting down. He also informs us that when we finish operating it, we always have to end it in the crouch state, lest it fall over.
では準備を始めましょう。楽しみですね。
Naysan calls out to us with a huge smile on her face. She might be the most excited person in the room. Even I'm getting amped up. As per the usual, Harunaka-san operates the ceiling crane and pulls Model 2 to the center of the room. I'm on support duty for Juna, who is currently in charge of the laser gun. Juna holds the grip at the end of the gun and presses the irradiation button. At that point, the device still does nothing. Looks like the safety mechanism is working properly. Right next to us is a power generator about the size of a light motor vehicle. It's running at full capacity. This creates a huge amount of energy. The merit of wireless electricity transmission is that this thing doesn't have to be loaded into the robot's body. Model 2 was built specifically to perform at the expo, so the generator doesn't need to be able to move around. And so, while we end up having to use this kinda annoying laser transmission system, the robot also drops weight. So anyway, about the laser gun. It has proper iron sights, much like a real gun. I tell Juna to aim down the sights and point the tip of the gun at the parabolic antenna on Model 2. Juna moves it as told and aligns the iron sights with the antenna. A visible red laser beam immediately and silently fires out of the gun.
すごい。
これ触ると皮膚とか溶けちゃうのか。
I'll definitely be keeping my distance. The beam hits the mirror surface of the parabolic antenna and gathers in one place through the condensing lens.
バッテリー充填開始。一応起動はできると思われ。
スバルガンツク2を下ろして。
Subaru asks Harunaka-san to operate the crane, and Model 2's hanging feet are slowly lowered to the ground.
それじゃあガンツク2電源入れるよ。
The most tense part of this test has arrived. The only person in our audience is Nei-san. The JAXA workers who advised us and Uncle Sinomiya aren't here for some reason. We asked Doc to swing by, but he said he was busy making some new parts or something. Michi is asleep in the car parked outside, and Mr. Candy isn't here either. We didn't advertise this to the public, so nobody's here to watch this go down. Which means that right now, it's the 5 Robot Club members, Nei-san and Harunaka-san on the crane. 7 people. Akiho looks much more composed than she did during the Model 1 test. Juna, once terrified of robots, is firmly gripping the laser gun, holding her breath and gazing at Model 2. Even Frau, the shut-in, is present and accounted for. Despite the tough situation with his dad, Subaru is nonetheless here in secret. 4 months have passed since summer came and went. The Robot Club's finally grown a little. Subaru, Frau, and Juna. We used their strengths, cooperated with them. The 5 of us, although I didn't really do anything, built this new giant robot and are trying to breathe life into it. Akiho puts her hand in her skirt pocket and reverently pulls out a switch that fits in the palm of her hand. On the black rectangular box is a round red button. Nice and simple. Is that the activation switch for Model 2? We could have used cloud computing to manage the drive system. Not only would we have been able to control Model 2 from a phone droid, we would be able to turn the power on and off. However, after the incident in Tokyo with Robotics Industry, Frau wanted to avoid that. Hence why the power switch is this kind of meh looking button. I have no idea how it works though, but in terms of creating a sense of mystique, it might actually be just right.
起動テスト最終判断をナイさんお願いします。はい、起動テストは GO です。
Nei-san seems really into this. After hearing her response, Akiho looks at me and nods firmly.
ガンツクプロジェクト試作2号機電源起動リフトオフ。
With her declaration, Akiho forcefully pushes the button in her hand. All of the motors in Model 2 begin making creaking noises as the drive starts up. It kind of looks like a middle-aged man waking up and slowly standing up at attention. Although I suppose middle-aged dudes aren't the only ones who would do this. The 3D scanners on the robot's shoulders shoot narrow laser beams at the walls and floor.
あのレーザーは人殺さない？
大丈夫。あれは単なる赤外線レーザーだよ。
スカスカ頑張れる。起動したを。OS 正常に作動中。レーザースキャナー周辺マップデータロード開始。スキャンも展開中。
Frau is apparently receiving telemetry data. She looks at her phone droid and reads out the information.
バッテリー充電率は 0.5%。送電止めたら即停止するレベル。
それは責任重大かな。
空手先輩、しっかり狙っといて。
おす。
でもまあ、とりあえずこれで普通に動かせるわけだわ。現在のコントロールはヤシオ先輩のポケコンだを。
たぎってきた。元気一発頑張れる。
アキちゃん興奮しすぎ。
ワイヤー外します。
The wires connecting Model 2 to the ceiling crane all detach. The scaffolding is also moved away. As of right now, Model 2 is completely standing on its own. Not only that, it shows no signs of falling over either.
ここまでは順調だよ。さあカイ、記念すべき第一歩を。
Model 2's control priority rests with my phone droid, meaning only I can control it. I start up the Kill Ballad System app. I'm asked to register the camera's neutral position.
最初にカメラのニュートラルポジション登録よろ。それをするとポケコンのジャイロとカメラの向きが同期するんで。
I hold my phone droid up to my face and register that as a neutral position. On the monitor, I see the inside walls of the building from a position 8 meters off the ground. It's real-time footage from the omnidirectional camera on top of Model 2's head.
種子しマシンの時よりキルバルっぽさが出てる。
デュフ、もちろんそうよ。
ポケコンを上下左右に向ければカメラもそっち方向を映すよ。
I try it out and the scenery on screen moves accordingly. When I tilt it downward, I can see Akiho looking up. I also spot Juna gripping the laser gun, and myself and Frau fiddling with our phone droids.
ガンツク2の顔の向きとはさすがに連動してないけどね。
The face is just decorative after all. Plus, since it's an omnidirectional camera, there's no need to move it. Even I understand that.
じゃあまずは前進してみるよ。
よろしく。頑張れる。発進。
I quickly input the advanced command. It reacts immediately. Model 2's body shakes as its mini motors activate. It faces slightly to the left. It lifts its right foot up. Then the right leg smoothly takes a step forward. The joints are in the ankle, knee, and crotch. The servo motors in both legs work together perfectly. The right foot lands on the ground. Just like that, its body is facing forward again. Then the body turns further to the right. This time the left foot rises up. It continues on and moves forward. It stops moving when both legs are side by side again. This series of motions is attached to the advanced command. It took a little over 10 seconds for Model 2 to walk 2 steps. The whole process was so smooth that it felt like something made by pros. I think back on Model 1 6 months ago and how much of a struggle it was for it to take a single step.
どう？ねえカイ、どう？
すげえ。1号機の鈍足っぷりとは大違いじゃないの。
Naysan's cheeks are bright red as she claps her hands loudly in applause.
すごかったです。感動しちゃいました。とても高校生が作ったとは思えない技術力ですよ。それだけロボ部の皆さんが優秀だっていうことですね。私の目に狂いはなかったです。生で見るのもいいですけど、LO を通して見ると本物のガンバレルが実際に動いている空気感を感じられました。まさに一粒で二度おいしいです。
I'm not sure you would describe any of this as flavor, but anyway, it's completely true that for everyone here in attendance, that first step had a huge effect on them. Looking up at the crane, Harunaka-san is giving Subaru a powerful handshake. The latter is doing his best to smile. Subaru is usually calm and collected, but he was the center of Model 2's design. I'm guessing he must be super happy about this. Even I never thought our little project would end up like this. This robot of ours might actually stand a chance at the expo. I truly feel that way.
ただですね。
Naysan's expression suddenly darkens. She opens her mouth slowly, like it's hard to put her words together.
実はすごく急なんですけど、来週までに皆さんにここから撤収してもらわないといけなくなっちゃったんですよ。え
Whoa, hey now. This really is sudden.
撤収ってどういうことです？さっき緊急の会議があったって言いましたよね。詳しくはそのうち所長からも説明がいくと思いますが、5年ぶりに種子島からのロケット打ち上げが決まりまして。おお！
そうなの
Talk about out of nowhere. I would be lying if I said the news didn't have me excited. Maybe even more so than when I moved Model 2. I was convinced that the TNSC would never launch another rocket again.
はい。それで、この大崎第一事務所は発射場から近いでしょ。打ち上げ時には立ち入り禁止になるエリアなんです。セキュリティのこともあって、ここを皆さんに貸すのはこれ以上は無理そうという話が出まして、本当にごめんなさい。
Naysan bows her head deeply.
これからセッティング始めるって時期にタイミング最悪だわな。フラウボンもジュンもどうしてしょんぼりしてるの？またこの島でロケットの打ち上げが見られるなんてすごいニュースなのに、うちたぎってきちゃった。きっと今頃お父さんもたぎっちゃってるはず。
Akiho speaking from the heart. I doubt she's putting on airs. She's probably right about her dad, too. He stayed on as chief, believing that this day would come. Akiho knew that. But Frau's right. The timing couldn't be any worse. If we had one more month, we wouldn't have to get kicked out.
それで1週間以内に撤収って決定事項？
はい。交渉して粘ってみたんですけど、全く相手にされませんでした。私もまだまだ新入りなので立場が弱くて力及ばずです。ごめんなさい。
Whenever the TNSC has a launch, the rockets usually arrive on the island months before the launch date. Simultaneously, JAXA and the manufacturers send engineers here to start assembling the rocket in the VAB. The VAB is right through the gate in front of the first Osaka office and up the hill. Given all that, it's really sudden to have to push us out within the week.
実は今回の打ち上げ、今年に入ってから決まったみたいなんです。今、現場はてんやわんやで、こんなに無茶なスケジュールは聞いたことがないっていうぐらい。正直、私も戸惑ってます。
Naysan seems full of regret, but at the end of the day, the TNSC is a launch site. This is what they do. We were lent this space for free. We have no right to complain. And so with that, we have to withdraw. Fortunately, JAXA will provide vehicles with which to transport Model 2, so we don't need to do much prep work. But considering we just had a successful Model 2 test run, I can't help but feel like we've hit a major bump in the road. After hearing the news yesterday, I've been getting more and more hyped. At this point, I'm practically buzzing with excitement. I'm kinda surprised at myself. I didn't think I liked rockets this much. Before my eyes passes a large truck carrying a nearly 4-meter tall cylindrical part, moving 3 kilometers an hour. Prefectural Road 586 was built in 2010 to connect Minamitanecho to the Tanegashima Space Center. The road is optimized for transporting rocket parts and is pretty much the only 3-lane road on Tanegashima. The road was obviously built this wide to smooth transport rocket parts. It's been 6 to 7 years since the TNSC would launch nearly 3 rockets a year. This kind of site was normal. Whenever it was time for a launch, parts would arrive a few months before launch at Shimama Harbor on the western end. It's a little less than 20 kilometers from that harbor to the TNSC, located on the southeast end of the island. From National Highway 58, they would cut through the center of Minamitanecho, then jump onto Prefectural Road 586. The vehicles move at a walking pace, so when they came through town, there was plenty of time to go and watch. And so today, with no classes to attend, I've come to watch. The rocket parts are painted black. The H-2A rockets were painted white, so these leave quite a different impression. When it comes to black rockets, the first thing I think of is the Soviet Soyuz rockets, but that was dark green. Apparently, a private enterprise is behind this launch. That would explain why everything's so weird and different. In the past, I would often come to watch the rockets like this. For one, the road has always been close to my house, and back then it was my dream to become an astronaut. But most of all,
ほら、カイ、見て。これが組み立てられて宇宙まで飛んでいくのよ。正しき資質。人だけじゃなくてロケットにだってそれがある。ゴー！ホットドッグ、ゴー！
Like that, Mizani would call out at the rocket parts being slowly carried along the road. Thinking back on it now, she was a pretty strange high school girl, but I didn't dislike that back then, or now.
ホットドッグ。
I start whispering it, but an old lady standing nearby gives me a questioning look, so I hurriedly look away. I can't help but want to laugh. Maybe I'll buy a hot dog at the convenience store. Lonsau is within walking distance from here, so why not? That'll be the end of my break. After that, it'll be back to my original goal, hunting down the Kimijima report.
ゲジネ、今日の探索場所候補を教えてよ。
了解しました。
Despite having to pull out from the TNSC, our test immediately picked up again. Not much time till the expo. According to Subaru and Frau, due to the hurried construction, there are issues popping up all over. We're running these tests to take care of them, one by one. That's how we go about adjusting Model 2
Stream
settings.
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Repeating things over and over again. Until the transport truck procured by JAXA arrives, we have no choice but to awkwardly continue our tests here. Though, to be perfectly honest, I'm more interested in the VA being nearby. It's killing me. The launch date is scheduled for late February. Compared to the schedule for the H-2A rockets, it's crazy fast. Oh, and that reminds me, I saw some folks from the mass media earlier this morning. Apparently, this whole deal has become something of a hot topic in Tokyo.
送電途切れてる。意識がよそに行っちゃってるよ。集中して狙い定めて。
Oh crap. I shift gears and regrip the handle of the laser gun. I then fix the iron sights onto the parabolic antenna. When the targeting aligns, the gun automatically fires its high output laser. We're currently doing a walking test with Yuna as the pilot. The sight of a giant robot lumbering around is imposing, even more so since we're indoors. That said, the walk cycle is a little bit awkward. It's actually steps, and overall movement are fairly smooth. It's just that after taking 2 steps, they'll sometimes stop for several seconds. It takes a step, then moves the other leg forward. It's irritating to see it stop for multiple seconds after that, though. Why is this happening, you ask? Juna is failing at consecutive inputs. To make Model 2 advanced, you just have to input the advanced command. However, that'll only move it 2 steps. To make it continue walking, as soon as the previous action completes, another advanced command has to be input. Repeating this at length will result in uninterrupted walking, but Juna's timing is super off.
つうか、空手先輩、コマンド入力ミス多すぎじゃね？
The command for advancing consists of 3 well-timed consecutive button presses. As for why such a basic action requires a complex input, apparently it's for safety reasons. We're dealing with an 8-meter tall giant robot. Even taking a single step is a dangerous thing. Imagine what would happen if someone was standing at its feet and it started advancing due to an accidental input. To prevent that, all of Model 2's actions are said to require at least 3 button presses. The problem is that this means that even the basic process of making Model 2 walk requires a 3-button input. Killbound has me used to stuff like this, but Juna's not a gamer. This might be a bit too much for her. Speaking of which, she doesn't look the least bit calm as she controls Model 2. Her gaze keeps darting back and forth between the phone droid's control screen and the robot itself. It's honestly irritating to watch.
純ちゃんさ、あんまりロボの方見ない方がいいよ。
でも
視線は常にゲーム画面に向けてるべきでしょ。
でもそうすると2号機ちゃんの周囲がどうなってるのか見えにくくて。
It makes sense that your field of view in an FPS is narrow. I'm used to KB, so this feels perfectly normal.
だとしたら逆にポケコンの画面は一切見ないようにすれば、栄養部長を操縦するのと同じ感じに持ってくわけ。
It might actually be a bad thing for the omnidirectional camera to feed into the phone droid screen.
どっちつかずで視線がぶれると急な事態に対処できないよ。
Though, unlike KB, it's not like we're fighting someone. I doubt anything's going to suddenly happen.
分かった。アドバイスありがとう。
I have my way of doing things, and Juna has hers. Rather than pushing too hard, it's important for Juna to find what works best for her. The robot starts walking again. In terms of size, the faculty is maybe 50 meters in length. Walking for 15 or 16 steps brings Model 2 to a wall. The operator must then input the 90-degree turn command twice for 180 degrees total and head back. On the return trip, the parabolic antenna is out of sight of the laser gun, so I get to take a break.
それにしても地味ですね。
Naysan comes up beside me and frowns as she whispers.
地味だね。俺もそう思うよ。屋内を前進、壁まで行ったら180度ターン、これを20セット。次にカニ歩きでの往復、これも20セット。それを俺と純ちゃんでそれぞれ行うわけで、前進とターンとカニ歩き、基本コマンドのみの反復練習だから。
メニューを考えたのはスバルくん、アキホちゃん。
俺？
おお、ちょっと意外です。
Naysan looks me in the eyes with a mischievous smile on her face.
カイトくんはこういう地味なのが好まないかと思ってました。
ひどいな。それは完全に誤解だよ。むしろ俺ほど反復練習が好きなやついないぐらいなんだから。これでもさ、キルバラの善人として日々涙ぐましい努力をしてるわけよ。
Even now, I'll practice the same KB combo over and over before going to bed. If I didn't do that, my skills would falter and I would be surpassed in the rankings by other players in a snap.
ごめんなさい。でも理にかなった練習メニューだと思います。
This isn't just to train me and Juna. This is so we can adjust the settings as well. Frau is gathering telemetry data and considering our habits as operators. She then makes minute adjustments. We're getting a feel for the controls. Both Juna and I each have our own unique quirks when it comes to operating Model 2. Command input, reception timing, the time lag from input to output. Frau said the UI can be optimized for things like that. Additionally, by providing experience to the auto balancer, its precision increases.
それにしたって地味すぎだよ。
Akiho joins the conversation.
これがアニメだったら絶対に視聴率取れずに打ち切りだろうな。側もない巨大ロボがのしのし歩いては振り返ってるだけだもん。たまには決めポーズをズキャーンって決めるのを混ぜたりしようよ。あと新しいモーションも考えたい。
俺はここを撤収してハンガーに移動してからでいいって言ってるでしょ。今は俺と純ちゃんが操縦になれることが大切なんだって。そんなの必要ないって言うなら俺はいつでもこの練習をサボらせてもらうけどね。
ごめん。でもうちだけ暇なんだ。部長だから全体を統括しろってスバルに言われてるんだ。
I like how he's telling the president what she should be doing. Maybe he's the one actually pulling the strings. Speaking of which, Subaru isn't here for today's tests. Not only does he have his dad to deal with, he still has classes to attend, unlike us third years. Please pay no mind to our other second year, Frau, who is currently skipping school entirely.
それって逆に言うと、うちには具体的な作業はないってことでしょ。ただ見てるだけなのって最初はたぎったけど、さすがに飽きてきちゃう。
気を抜いちゃってますね。いけませんよ。あきほちゃんはいわば責任者なんですから。何も問題が起こらないよう全体に目を光らせるのがあなたの役目です。それはこれから万博に出ていく時にも言えることですよ。
そうなんですけど、やっぱうち何か作業やってる方が性に合ってるっていうか。
組み立てまではアキちゃんが頑張ってきたわけでしょ。たまには休んでもいいと思うよ。
だからうちはもっともっとたぎりたいんだってば。
まるでマグロみたいですね。
マグロ？
泳ぎ続けてないと死んじゃうんですよ。
あ、そうそう、そんな感じ。
だったら俺が代わってあげるよ。
I point to the laser gun with my eyes.
俺またロケットの運搬見学してくるから。
それはダメ。カイにはこれまでサボってた分たっぷり頑張ってもらわないと。
ああ、そう。
I mostly just don't want to be stuck here doing tests every single day. I don't actually plan on going to watch the rocket transports. The real reason I want to get away is because we're in 2020 and I still haven't found the last Kimijima report. The reason I skipped yesterday and made excuses is because I'm looking for that last report. After about half an hour of watching the transports, I spent the rest of the time searching the island. I've been doing this since the end of last year. With no classes, I've also been searching at night. Sadly, Mom now thinks I'm a delinquent. I didn't think it would be this hard to find. Fortunately, Gauging Knee is still operational and has been providing tips as to where the last report might be. But this time, even Gauging Knee seems to be throwing in the towel. I'm getting more and more impatient. The Kimijima reports predicted a large solar disturbance in 2020. It may only be in January, but that doesn't change the fact that we've entered 2020. It's completely possible that today or tomorrow, a disturbance on the scale of last year's, or even bigger, will hit Earth. But while I'm feeling increasingly impatient, I'm also feeling hesitant about finding the last report. Unlike the previous ones, Kimijima Report number 7 isn't a detailed description of the future. Activating it will distribute the Kimijima reports around the world. It's like an unlock key. As far as I'm concerned, the reports are the absolute truth. But even then, there's still an 0-1 chance that they will end up being BS. Dispersing the Kimijima reports to the world could cause unnecessary chaos. I'm a bit hesitant about that. This isn't the sort of thing that a rural high school kid should be responsible for. Good grief, what have I gotten myself into? Yet here I am, still searching. I've already come this far. There's no turning back now.
ほら、カイ、また照準がずれてるよ。
おっと。
The robot has already finished making its turn. I can see the parabolic antenna from my position. I hurriedly align the iron sights with it. While Model 2 is equipped with batteries, they're rather small. They have a 3-minute operational limit. That's why it's ideal to keep the laser aimed on Model 2 as it moves. Said robot suddenly stops moving.
さっきよりミスが増えてるけど。
画面見ないとボタンを正確に押せなくて。
Juna complains, but she nonetheless keeps following my advice, refusing to remove her gaze from Model 2.
ごめんね、ロキちゃん。私がちゃんと動かせなくて。
すぐ慣れるさ。
ジュン、元気一発だよ。
どんまいどんまい。おっ。
Mistakes be damned, she's nothing like the girl who used to be scared of robots only half a year ago.
純ちゃんさ、ロボにもう怖くない？
Juna's hands stop moving as I talk to her. Looks like she can't talk and operate it at the same time.
怖くないよ。私が操作するとちゃんと動きで答えてくれるから。モーションだって私のものを使ってるし、なんだか自分の分身みたいに感じるの。変かな。
変じゃないよ。
Akiho happily wraps her arms around Juna.
よかった。ジュンがロボットを好きになってくれて、うちも嬉しいよ。それもこれもうちの洗脳工作のおかげだね。
Poor Juna probably has no idea how to react to your bragging. Though I guess I can't deny that Akiho's pushiness might have had an effect on her. The sky is a pale blue. While gazing up at said sky, I hum the gun barrel theme song to myself. It's the season 1 theme, my fave. It's also the ending theme, so its melody has kind of a sad touch to it. I think it fits our current situation perfectly. After the last few days of testing, we're finally transporting Gun Build 2 to the old airport in Nakatanecho. Gun Build 2's been loaded atop a large truck. I stretch my arms out as it sways back and forth. I feel like I'm an old lady leisurely driving a tractor after finishing the day's farm work. Car after car passes by us from behind. I remain seated in the truck bed and gaze back out at the scenery slowly rolling by. There are sugarcane fields stretching far and wide. It's almost time for harvest, so they're way taller than me. I like listening to them rustle as they sway in the wind. This kind of tranquil scenery really doesn't match the visual of the giant Gun Build 2 sitting in the truck bed. Just yesterday, the trucks that Nasan got for us arrived at the TNSC, which also meant that it was time to haul our butts out of the first Osaki office. We split the lower and upper body of Gun Build 2 yesterday, then loaded them onto 2 trucks first thing this morning. Us third years basically have no classes, so me and June were there for it. Kai's on standby at the old airport. I can't say I'm happy about all this. It feels like we're being forced to retreat after being defeated in battle. It's not like we represent the island or anything, and we're not in any place to complain either. But it still feels like nobody needs us one bit. So it sucks. With Gun Build 1, things turned out the way they did because of us. It stunk, but I accept what happened. But with Gun Build 2, we put our skills together and made something rad. Yet it feels like we've been thrown away. I'm legit concerned. Meanwhile, June is sleeping soundly next to me, back against gun barrel. I had heard that she could fall asleep anywhere, but seeing as how she's doing it here of all places, she must not get much sleep. She doesn't just have chores, she's also still doing karate. She told me she tries to find time for sleep whenever she can. For example, even on a truck bed in the middle of a cold winter day. If I leave her like this, she might catch a cold. I try poking June's cheek with my fingertip. Yes, June's always had a baby face, but the springiness of her skin is so youthful that's got me jealous. If only I could have done sports. Hoping for the impossible isn't going to get me anywhere. What if she's younger than she lets on? She's short and looks like a junior high kid, so... Her eyelids twitch slightly, but she shows no sign of waking up. The wind blows. It's getting chilly. There's about 10 kilometers separating the Tanegashima Space Center and the hangar in Nakatanecho. The truck we're riding in is plodding along around 10 kilometers an hour, even slower when we go uphill. It's been about half an hour since we started moving. We're probably a little under halfway there. We've still got a ways to go. I look up at Gun Build 2's lower body lying on the truck bed. The robot's currently split into two chunks. The upper body is in the other truck, driving ahead of us. Naysan's in the passenger seat of that one. For the record, both drivers are JAXA personnel. I can hear the shrill voice of a kid. When I look in the voice's direction, I find two elementary schoolers. They're both wearing backpacks and heading in the same direction as us. One is a boy wearing a yellow jacket with a black backpack. The other is a boy in shorts with a blue backpack. Are they heading home from school? Naturally, their eyes are focused on the truck bed we're riding in. Or, more specifically, Gun Build 2. Our eyes happen to meet, so I wink at them as the friendly young lady I am. The two boys look at each other, then look back at me without even a smile. Well, that was unexpected.
ロケットじゃなくてロボット。ロボット？見えないよ。ガラクタじゃん。俺、ロケットが見たかったな。
Why, you little... I'm so annoyed. And with the best, worst timing possible, the truck stops at a red light. As do the children. Time to show these kids a thing or two.
君たち、色を見られる？
When the two boys nod, I put on a smug smile and point at Gun Build 2 behind my back.
見て見て、すごいから。
The boys whip out their phone droids and do as told. Holding them up at face height, they peer through the screen.
うわー、なんだこれ。頑張れるの足だよ。げえ、頑張れるだって。あんなクソロボ、もう時代遅れじゃん。クソロボ？君たち、ちょっとそこに正座しなさい。お姉ちゃんが説教してやるんだから。うわー、逃げろー。
The boys flee just after the light turns green and the truck starts. I lost my chance to chase them down, leaving me with nothing but rage in my chest.
日本の将来は暗いかも。大声出してどうかしたの？
June sleepily tilts her head toward me.
おはよう、ジュン。あきほちゃん。何か悲しいことでもあった？うん、とっても。もうみんなの心は頑張れるから離れちゃったのかな。
At least that's how it's starting to feel to me. Alongside last year's episode leak were rumors that a large chunk of the staff had been murdered. Even then, I guess I just wasn't ready to hear those kids call Gunbarrel an old, crappy robot. For someone like me, who's given so much of herself to the show, it's a real shock.
ジュン、ちょっと泣いていいかな？胸貸して。
I cling to Juna's chest and let the tears flow. It's been a while since I last came to the old airport. Even though we hassled them a bit, the students agreed to our request with big smiles. The kids on the island are all really nice. I want to help them as much as I can. I did something bad to my daughter and her friends. It was security protocol, but we had to kick them out. But my daughter was still rooted for me. That was such a relief. I promise that we will both try our best. In the video of Gun Build 2 that we took for the expo, forget my intro part. I think Gun Build 2 should look cool. I want to add awesome BGM and SEs, but S-Kun won't let me. Is that okay? I think it might be the first time riding in the back of the truck, leaving TNSC. Oh yeah, that kind of stuff would def help it. I've been going to the TNSC virtually every day since Model 2's completion. Before that, I was focused on finding the Kimijima reports. Actually, you know what? This might be my first time here this year. And so I've been in this chilly warehouse playing Kill Ballad since this morning. Thank goodness it's not so cold that my fingers go numb. This place has no electricity or stove to speak of, so winters are hellish.
ヤシオ先輩、試作2号機はいつ到着する予定だと言っていましたか？
さあ。
Only Subaru and I are in the hangar. Today, Model 2 is being removed from the first Osaki office, which is why Akiho and Juna went over there this morning. I'm on standby over here. Thanks to their efforts, I get to sit here and play KB.
なんならアキちゃんに電話してみようか。
いえ、別にそこまでする必要はありません。ただ、あまり遅くなるようなら、僕は先に帰りますんで。
そっちの編集終わったの？
まだですが。
Subaru met up with me right after finishing school. By the way, Frau contacted me earlier. I've got nothing to do there today, so I'm shutting myself in. Peace.
あくまで経過報告程度のものですから、特に演出を入れたりせずに、少し編集するだけでなんとかなりそうですよ。
Subaru has been staring down at his phone droid for a while now. He's working on a video detailing the production process of Model 2 for submission to the Expo committee. Exhibitors need to submit twice for the Expo, once 2 months prior and once right before. Should anything come up, exhibition rights can be withdrawn. Our video inspection 2 months ago went by without issue, though at the time Model 2 was mostly incomplete. This is a second submission. If there aren't any problems, we'll be given permission to exhibit at the Expo. We finished filming the day before yesterday, just before we were kicked out of the TNSC. After some light editing, we'll submit the video. It's about 10 minutes long. Subaru's in charge of that process.
手応えはどうなの？これで落とされることってあると思う。
わかりません。何しろ初めてのことですから。でも試作2号機の完成度を考えれば落ちることはないと信じていますよ。
そういえばアキちゃんにコメントもらってたよね。あれも映像の中に入ってるわけ？
ええ。
Subaru wears an uneasy smile on his
部
face.
長はすごいのかすごくないのかたまにわからなくなりますよ。
なんかコメントでやらかしたの？
いえ、そういうわけではなく。見ますか？
I should probably check just to make sure. Subaru sends me a link to download the footage. After grabbing it, I hit the play button.
もう撮ってる？中央種子島高校ロボット研究部部長瀬宮明穂18歳です。疾風怒涛の元気一発頑張れるジャキーンどう？
ちゃんと内容のあるコメントをお願いします。
今のじゃダメなの？やっぱり実物大頑張れるを作ってるんだから頑張れるの決め台詞だけで十分だと思うんだけどな。
テイク2。
ちょっと待って、今話す内容を考えるから。
普通でいいんですよ。木をてらったコメントは却下です。
急に言われても。何かお題出して。
では万博に出るにあたっての抱負で。
抱負。オッケー。巨大ロボットはうちの夢です。巨大ロボットはみんなの憧れです。巨大ロボットは子供たちのヒーローです。巨大ロボットは正義の味方です。うちは巨大ロボットが大好きです。みんなも大好きでいてくれると嬉しいです。
はい、OK です。
After the video ends, I look up at Subaru. He simply shrugs at me.
ガンバレルの騒動のせいでロボットアニメに対する偏見だらけになってしまっているのに、かつてのファンも続々と離れていってますよ。なのに部長はなんで今もロボットのことをあんなに無邪気に語れるのかなって思ったんです。別に責めてるわけじゃなくて不思議だったんですよ。
スバル君はひねくれてるからね。
悪かったですね。
まあ疑問に思うのももっともだよ。そもそも女子なのにロボットアニメをあそこまで好きでいるのだって珍しいくらいなんだし。結局のところアキちゃんはさ一途なんだよ。
一途？
小さい頃からずっとブレてないね。頭悪いけどそう 尊敬に値するよ。頭悪いけど。
それは僕も知ってます。一途か。付き合いの長い八潮先輩が言うならきっとそうなんでしょうね。けなげとか愚直と言い換えても良さそうです。僕は部長のその原動力が何かを知りませんが。
そんなの分かりきってることじゃん。姉ちゃんの背中を一生懸命追いかけてるんだよ。アキちゃんは超がつくほどのシスコンだからね。
意外ですね。そんなシンプルな理由だったなんて。
それはスバル君がひねくれてるから。
いちいち指摘しないでください。
He must be self-aware, considering how defensive he's getting.
でもそれで納得しました。試作1号機にあそこまで思い入れがあるのもそれが理由なんですね。だけどお姉さんって瀬宮美咲でしょ。あの人に追いつくのは茨の道のような。
まともにミサ姉に追いつこうとしたらね。でもこの島にミサ姉が唯一残していったものがある。それがロボ部とガンツクプロジェクトだったわけで、ロボの完成がイコールミサ姉に追いつくことって方程式なんでしょ。
依存症なんじゃないですか。
依存症？
お姉さんに対する依存に見えるんですよ。自分のためじゃなくお姉さんのためなんて。そのために進学だって犠牲にしているわけでしょ。さすがに刹那的にも見えますね。僕の感覚から言わせてもらうとナンセンスです。そう見えるのも僕がひねくれてるからなんでしょうか。
両立できるように頑張れとでも言いたいわけ？スバル君だってそんな器用なことできてないのにね。あ、今のもひねくね。
It's then that I hear a car horn coming from outside. A trailer comes into the airport apron. I figured Model 2 had finally arrived, but when I go outside to take a look, Doc exits from the driver's seat.
早いね、ドク。
2号機はまだ到着してねえのか。
With Model 2 being moved, we'll have to perform our reassembly work here at the hangar. And so we asked the robot doctor here for support.
っていうか、クレーンに乗ってくるって話じゃなかった？
Like with Model 1, we're planning to use a mobile crane to stand the robot up. But Doc came here in a big truck. There's no crane, but there is something else loaded in the back.
クレーン車はもうすぐ来る。だがその前にこいつをお前らに渡そうと思ってな。
Doc's already wrinkled face wrinkles even further as he points to the truck bed. Whatever's in there is covered with a sheet.
なんです？
モノポールモーターだよ。
モーターならもう間に合ってるけど、予備？
なんだ、ロボ部から何も聞いてねえのか。
As I've noted before, he's referring to Akiho in this case, not the club as a whole.
こいつはな、2号機の予備モーター兼1号機用のモーターだ。
1号機？
Oh, that's right. Akiho's been chipping away at Model 1 while working on Model 2.
そのモーターの代金誰が払ってるんですか
？1号機についてはスペースアメ社だ。あの社長な、2号機の のスポンサーは JAXA に横取りされたと逆恨みしててな。
何をバカな。ナンセンスですよ。試作2号機にだってスペースアメ社は資金を出してくれていますし、メーカーロゴだってちゃんと機体に貼ってあります。
詳しくは知らねえよ。独り占めが良かったんだろ。何にせよあの社長は最初1号機に金を出してたわけだからな。去年のお披露目も失敗に終わったが、ロボ部が説得したって聞いたぜ。
確かに時間を見つけてはコツコツと一人で改良してたけど、
モノポールモータまで発注したとなると話は違ってきます。さすがに相談してもらいたかったですね。
2号機との互換性があるように作ってんだから別に問題ねえだろうが。未知の技術で作ったモータだ。いつ壊れたっておかしくないんだぜ。予備は必要だろう。まあそんなわけだ。ほらお前ら手伝いやがれ。モーターを下ろすぞ。
Doc brought 6 extra motors with him. You know what? This old dude may very well be more excited about this stuff than even Akio
と
is.
ころでスバル、ちょっと提案だがな。
何です？
ファイルバンカの需要はあると思うか。
Those were the things M45 was equipped with. They gave me a real hard time back during Robo 1.
試作1号機か2号機に搭載しようとでも？
別にそういうわけじゃねえよ。ただこの年になって巨大ロボのパーツ開発に目覚めちまってな。今はロボットブームだし需要はありそうじゃねえか。なんならモノポールモーターだって売り物として出してもいいんだぜ。お前らにモノポールの材料費を払ってな。俺の予想じゃあと5年もしねえうちに10メートル以上の巨大ロボによるロボワンに似た大会が開かれるな。そうなりゃ個人の巨大ロボパーツショップは引く手あまたじゃねえか。鉄春藤田ブランドが巨大ロボット業界の歴史を作っていくかもしれねえってわけさ。これで燃えなきゃ男じゃねえだろ。
It's like he's a totally different person now. Once a quiet craftsman, now a total mad scientist.
ファイルバンカーはロマンですが、そんな物騒なものの需要はありませんよ、きっと。
Subaru's not buying what Doc's selling.
そうか、ロマンか。お前らみたいなガキでもそう感じるんだな。結構。
That's the face of someone who totally intends on building them. It's honestly a good thing that he's so energetic these days, but it would be nice if maybe he took it down a notch. But seriously, what happened to the guy who was on the verge of death only a few months ago? That night, there isn't anything more sad than gun barrel drifting away from the hearts of children. I will never hate it, I promise. Thinking about it, Takaki-kun from our dojo doesn't talk about gun barrel anymore. Arrived at hangar. Assembly is finished. Liftoff is a go. Liftoff success. So hyped. It's 'cause that incident was so public. Nothing you can do about that. After going home and eating dinner, I head out to resume my search for the last Kimijima report. Mouse, where's my mouse? There's, oh right. Turtle. It is 1800, friends, so that means it is time to end for today. Unless, of course, someone decides to redeem the redeems. We will be resuming Trophy Fishing 2 tomorrow. It looks like it has some potential from when we played a little on the weekend, yes? I think it has some potential. Give me a moment to evaluate our raid options. Let's see, who is on, who is on, who is on? Oh, mouse, 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 stop being weird. Please and thank you. Okay. Who is on, who is on? Let's see. Oh, we haven't been able to raid that one in a while because she's been having some health problems that makes it hard sometimes to stream, I guess. But since she is apparently on while we are about to head out, we'll just go ahead and go raid her. Stay safe, friends. Maybe I will see you tomorrow for some fishing. We will be resuming this next Monday. Stay safe.